Hello and welcome to the Best of What's New presented by Flying Magazine. I'm Suzanne Clavette, a producer here at Fire Crown Media, and also a fellow pilot and flight instructor. Aviation has always captured the human imagination, from the first tentative hops at Kitty Hawk to the sleek jets that now crisscross our skies. But today, we're not just looking up, we're looking forward. What's coming next will change the way we fly, connect, and dream. Today's event is all about what's next in aviation. We're taking you straight into the heart of innovation, unveiling the latest products, breakthrough technologies, and future-shaping ideas that are redefining how we fly. My colleagues and I have spent the last few weeks chasing down stories, prototypes, and brilliant minds from Verticon in Dallas to Sun and Fun in Lakeland, Aero Friedrichshafen in Germany, and state-of-the-art facilities across the globe. We've been under the wings, in the cockpits, tents at air shows, booth at convention centers, gathering only the best of what's new so we can bring it right here for you. What we're seeing is nothing short of a renaissance. Cleaner propulsion, smarter avionics, safer systems, lighter airframes, and a generation of innovators who aren't just tweaking the old, but they're flipping the entire flight plan. It's all here, sharp insights, hot takes, real-world demos, and the kind of honest feedback that makes Flying Magazine a trusted voice in this space. So let's kick it off with one of the boldest topics in aviation today, the return of supersonic flight. That's right, we're talking about faster than sound, coast to coast in 3 hours kind of speed, once a dream grounded by cost and complexity, now getting a serious second wind. Please welcome our keynote speaker and a leader at the forefront of this high-speed renaissance, Blake Scholl, CEO of Boom Supersonic, and editor Ryan Ewing. Before we get to Boom Supersonic and Blake Scholl, we want to thank some of our sponsors making this show, Best of What's New, presented by Flying Magazine, possible. Our sponsors, Aero Creeper, Blackhawk Aerospace, Pilot Communications, Avionics, the National Championship Air Races, and the Ronald McDonald House. Among other vendors and partners that we met at all of the different air shows that you will see here today on the program. All right, now is time. So let's please welcome our keynote speaker, a leader at the forefront of this high-speed renaissance, Blake Scholl, CEO of Boom Supersonic, and editor Ryan Ewing.
All right, Blake, welcome. Thanks for coming and joining us. Why don't you tell us who you are, what your background is in aviation, and maybe give us the 30,000 foot overview, so to speak, about Boom.
Yeah, well, I'm Blake Scholl. I'm founder and CEO at Boom Supersonic. Our mission here is to bring about a renaissance of supersonic flight, ultimately to enable a lot more people to go to a lot more places, to create a lot more travel opportunities, and to do that for everybody from the president on down to every family. So that's the big, hairy, audacious goal that will keep us busy for some time to come. My own story, people ask me, like, oh, you must have come from Boeing or be an aerospace engineer. I'm not. I don't have the resume for this. But I do have the passion for it. So throughout most of my childhood, I remember being jealous of my friends who got flying lessons. I got to start flying for fun when I was in college, while I was going to school for computer science. And I sort of had a first career in tech, at Amazon, a few startups, then Groupon, where really everything was getting faster and better, but our airplanes were not. And I never got to fly on Concorde. I think I spent about 10 years with a Google alert on Supersonic Jet, just kind of wanting to know when I could buy a ticket and go break the sound barrier. And very long story short, nobody was doing it, but it was possible. And so I figured I should make a run at it.
It's great. It's great. So you all have had some pretty big milestones in recent months. Why don't you tell me a little bit about those?
Yeah, one of our first decisions was, this is a brand new company building what is going to be one of the most challenging airplanes ever built. And so we thought it was smart, rather than to go straight into production on a 400,000 pound Part 25 safety critical supersonic airliner, that we should take our design concept, scale it down to 1/3 scale, go design, build, fly, learn. And that's what was the genesis of the XB1, which just completed its flight test campaign hugely successfully. And so there are many firsts on XB1. It is the first civil supersonic jet to fly since Concorde in 1969, which still blows my mind a little bit. It's the first one made in America. It's the first one built not by a nation state. Every other entity that's built a supersonic jet's been a government or military or government-sponsored project. And most importantly, it's the first built entirely out of airliner-ready technology that scales up into an airplane that we can certify, that you and I can ultimately fly on.
Very cool. So there's this concept that you all have been discussing. It's the boomless supersonic flight.
Yeah.
As we know, the sonic boom can not, maybe it's not super fun for some people who are dealing with it. Can you tell me a little bit about that and how that all works?
Yeah, well, we didn't start out with this as one of the goals, actually. We said, look, we can actually solve a whole lot of passenger problems flying supersonic across oceans and right under the speed of sound over land. So, think Seattle, Tokyo in 4.5 hours, think crossing the Atlantic in 3.5 to 4 hours. There are hundreds of routes on the planet, and many of the longest, kind of most dismal ones, where you can get a big speed up for passengers without ever flying supersonic over land. And so the sonic boom is kind of a non-issue. But of course, when I tell people you can get from New York to London in 3.5 hours, the first question I always get is, well, how long is New York to San Francisco? Can we fly faster across the continent? And so a thing that has been well-known physics for a long time, something called Mach cutoff, we demonstrated we can do it reliably now. And so we flew XB1, broke the sound barrier 6 times, every time with no audible boom. And the way that works is it's not actually the design of the airplane per se, but how you fly it. So just the same way light refracts, it bends. Drop a pencil in a glass of water. The pencil looks broken because the light bends when it goes through the water. Sound bends when it goes through the atmosphere. And so if you fly the airplane high enough and at the right speed, the boom kind of comes off the airplane at a shallow angle, and it turns as it goes through the atmosphere, and it curls back up. And so it goes kind of up to space rather than down to the ground. And what that means is that there's no audible boom for anybody on the ground. And this works at speeds up to about Mach 1.3, or about 50% faster than today's airliners. So we can fly boomless up to 50% faster. Exact speed will depend on weather. And then over water, we open up the throttles, we go 2 times faster. And so interestingly, what that means is if you take off from New York, you can go east and be in London in 3.5 hours, or you can go west and be in San Francisco in 3.5 hours. So that would mean, like a morning departure from New York eastbound, the time difference works against you, but you could still get in London in time for a late afternoon meeting or a dinner. If you want, turn around, come home the same day. Or you can go west, an 8 a.m. Takeoff from New York will touch down in SF at around 8:30 a.m. SF time.
Wow. That's that it makes sense. I think among the flying public, maybe not us folks in aviation, but certainly among the flying public, there's this feeling that Concorde had this demise after their accident, which is maybe part of it, but not really the whole story. So as the supersonic expert that you are, I'd love to hear why you think Concorde kind of, fell by the wayside and what Boom can kind of do different.
Well, I think Concorde was stillborn. And the best evidence of that is only 14 were built, right? It's not like there was, hundreds or thousands of these things and they had to shut them down. It never got to scale. Long before there was ever any accident. And by the way, that accident had nothing to do with flying supersonic. It ran over debris on a runway. Mm-hmm. Could have impacted any other airplane. Just Concorde got unlucky that day. So why did it never really take off? Well, the answer was, here was an airplane built by 2 governments whose goal, France and Britain, whose goal was to show up the Russians, not to build an economically practical airliner. And one of my controversial views is Concorde killed supersonic flight and Apollo killed space exploration. And when I say that, people usually say, what? But imagine yourself in 1969, there's a moon landing, there's a supersonic airliner flight, and you stop somebody in the street and you say, well, do you think in 2025, what's space going to be like and what's flight going to be like? Nobody's going to tell you that neither of those things will be possible anymore. So what happened? What happened was enormous amounts of money into developing products with no sustainable economic model. Like Apollo took a percentage of GDP and nobody even pretended that there was an economic model to go to the moon. And in Concorde kind of pretended, but here's an airplane with 100 uncomfortable seats and a $20,000 ticket. And it's like 1970s. You can't find 100 people that want to drop 20 grand to go somewhere. So it made no sense economically. And then the world, out of these kind of big, expensive government programs, the aerospace supply chain kind of got fat and dumb and inefficient. On one hand. On the other hand, the world drew all the wrong conclusions. The world drew the conclusion that supersonic flight couldn't be economical. But that's nonsense. It's utter nonsense. If supersonic flight is safe and affordable and comfortable, everyone wants it. So the question is, can you make it those things? And the answer is happily yes, especially 50 years after Concorde was made, and we now have all kinds of new technology that we didn't have back then.
Right. How do you shake that perception, though? I'm just curious, you nailed it. Again, people like us in the aviation space don't, the crash was due to thought. Everybody knows that in our world. But again, the flying public, like you said, might feel uneasy about supersonic. How do you shake that?
I think ultimately we just have to do it and earn our reputation. Some people will be excited to get on the first flight. Some people will be excited to get on the second flight. Some people will be excited to get on, after there've been a whole bunch of flights. And our safety reputation, which is really, right up there in the mission. Our goal is to foment a supersonic renaissance, but our top priority is safety. And we want to raise the bar on that. And our safety reputation is going to be the one that we earn. And I think about that every day. The team thinks about that every day. It was a huge focus in the XB1 program because sometimes people talk about XB1 as it's like supersonic flight's Falcon 1 moment. And it's sort of analogous because, Falcon 1, that was the first SpaceX launch that got to orbit. And then they scaled it up and they made the Falcon 9. But the first 3 Falcon 1s blew up. And that was okay because nobody was on board. But if you got a person on board, failure is not an option. And so not only did we work on safety technology, but more importantly, we worked on safety culture. And we learned what it takes to build that, and and what it takes to maintain it. And the single most important thing I learned is you got to love your whistleblowers. Safety culture is about how leadership responds when somebody says, "Hey, boss, we got a problem." And, the answer starts with "thank you."
Yeah. Yeah. It's been a big topic recently in aerospace. Um,
Mm-hmm.
you know, but I want to talk to you about everybody's favorite topic, government. And I'm a big follower. I follow you on X, and seen recently you made a trip over to DC. I think the White House, potentially the Oval Office, was included. Am I right in that visit?
The airplane made it into the Oval Office.
Okay, gotcha.
I can't personally say more than that.
Okay.
But yeah, the president. The president loves airplanes. The notion of an American-made supersonic airplane. Frankly, the president's not the only one that gets excited about that. It's hard to find somebody who's not excited about that. And the idea that we can legalize supersonic flight over land, that it could be done without an audible sonic boom, that's hugely exciting to just about everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. So it sounds like what you're saying is you're getting, some support and accolades from the White House, the current administration.
I mean, we're getting support basically every phone call I make,
Gotcha.
both sides of the aisle. Like, many things are controversial in DC right now, as we all know.
Yes.
And there are lots of things a lot of people don't agree on. But would it be better if flights were faster, especially if they don't make a sonic boom? Everybody agrees about that.
Gotcha. So I want to talk about, the regulatory side of the house. What are you kind of seeing, maybe feeling from the DOT and FAA as you move through the certification process?
Well, the most important thing about Overture, and this surprises people, people say, "Oh, we're building a supersonic airliner. Oh, it must be made out of unobtainium. There must be a whole bunch of new technology on it." And the answer is actually it's not. This is a supersonic airliner made out of 20-year-old, proven, already certified 787 level technology. This is a carbon composite airframe. This is turbofan engines, twice as many of them. It is digital flight controls. It's fly-by-wire. Great. All that's been done before. The FAA knows how to measure the safety of it. The rules are well established. We just got to follow them and prove that we did it correctly. And so with one exception, there's no regulation we're trying to get changed. We don't need safety exemptions. We don't want safety exemptions. We're not looking for noise exemptions or emissions exemptions. We publicly committed this is going to be a stage 5 airplane from takeoff and landing, a quiet operation perspective. So, if you live around an airport, if you're an AvGeek like us, maybe it's disappointing because, boy, it's fun to hear afterburners. Sorry, we don't have them. It's going to be quiet. You're not going to know the difference between this and any other large airplane. And so for that reason, there's an enormous amount of scrutiny from FAA, as there should be, about did we get all the engineering details right? And I welcome that. Someone should be looking over our shoulder, checking our work as we do it, helping us learn from history about what works and what doesn't work. That's a great industry regulator way of working together. But we're not saying we need exemptions or rules or new rules or whatnot, with the exception of, hey, if we fly supersonic over land and nobody on the ground hears a boom, we think that should be allowed.
Yeah. Yeah. So tell me about, we're looking in, we're almost in Q2 of 2025. What do we expect in 2026 from boom?
Yeah. So a year from now, we will we'll have run the first prototype of our Symphony jet engine, and that's the first. So XB1 was the first independently developed supersonic jet. Symphony is the first independently developed jet engine. So that'll be up and running, making thrust, and we'll be a few months away from starting the manufacturing process in the very first Overture. So it'll be on the order of 3 years before we get to see an airplane in the sky again. So those of us who love seeing things fly will have to hold on a little bit, but we'll get to watch the engine come together and then get to watch the airplane come together. And one of the things I've learned along the way is we got a lot of people who want to see this work, and so I tell the marketing team, imagine you're just kind of cutting a portal in the side of the company and putting a nice big window in there so that everybody who's excited about what we're doing can just peer in and see it happen. So we'll be aiming to do that and share lots of things along the way.
Gotcha. So you mentioned Symphony. I forgot to bring that up, but I think it's worthy to talk about because propulsion is a huge part of your project here, right?
Hmm.
Can you tell me more about the engine and how
Yeah.
that's playing out?
Yeah. So we decided to do our own engine, and it's uh, one of the best decisions we've ever made. And people say you can't build a jet engine outside of one of the big three, and we'll find out pretty soon whether that's true. But the most important thing about Symphony is we get a customized engine that exactly matches the airplane versus having to take something off the shelf and kind of shoehorn it. So this boomless cruise thing we're talking about, we looked at that when we were looking at Rolls-Royce engines and didn't work. It broke the sound barrier at too low of an altitude for that U-turn to really work. And so we shelved that. And then as we started working on our own engine, what we found was it very naturally we could tune it for better transonic performance. And what that means is it can fly much better right around the speed of sound, which is key for making boomless work. You got to break the sound barrier at a sufficiently high altitude, and then got to be able to fly efficiently at speeds from about 1.05 to 1.3 Mach. And our engine can do that far better than a shoehorned subsonic engine. But what is this engine? It's not a new kind of engine. It's a turbofan. Those have been around, I think, since the 1940s. It's a turbofan that's tuned to match Overture's needs. So a supersonic airplane, it wants a bigger core. That's part of how you get more transonic performance. And it wants a smaller fan. The fan's got to be big enough to be quiet for takeoff and landing, small enough to be efficient at high-speed cruise. The overall compression ratio is lower because the intakes, I think a lot of people don't realize, is the jet engine itself is all subsonic. By the time the air hits the front of the engine, it needs to be going about half the speed of sound. So the engine intakes are, which on subsonic airplanes don't do a lot. On a supersonic airplane, they are no moving parts, supersonic air compressor. And they feed the incoming flow as smoothly as possible to the front of the engine at about half the speed of sound. So because that compression is happening in the intake, there's less compression that happens in the engine itself. So the propulsion overall pressure ratio is like what you'd see on any modern subsonic propulsion system. However, what's in the turbo machinery itself is reduced because the intake is doing part of that work.
Gotcha. So, talking about engines, talking about airframe, where are you building all this stuff?
Yeah. So we are the engineering design team is in Denver, and that's where we've got our sort of prototyping shop, our systems integration shop, and then our rate production for the Symphony engine is in San Antonio, together with Standard Aero. And our super factory, which is where we build Overtures, is in Greensboro, North Carolina, at the Piedmont Triad Airport.
Gotcha. And the factory, I think I saw a press release. It's almost done, or is it finished, or is it started?
Yeah, we did a ribbon cutting last year.
Gotcha.
And actually, the facility itself got done substantially ahead of schedule, which is not something I expected. And so we're in the process of kind of getting the airplane caught up with the factory, and we'll start assembling the first airplane there next year.
Gotcha. So, kind of my last question here, but obviously you have the airlines. There's a couple of them that are interested, or that have basically committed, right, to Boom. Can you tell me a little bit about that? I know United's one, American maybe two.
Yeah.
But are there any more you're looking at, or any other stuff you're?
Yeah, United and American have orders with non-refundable deposits, meaningful non-refundable deposits. And Japan Airlines has a pre-order. All of that orders and pre-orders adds up to more than 5 years of production. And the way I look at it is, if we had a warehouse full of these jets, they'd fly out of it tomorrow. Everybody from a passenger perspective wants faster flights. We can do it at fares 3/4 less than what was charged on Concorde. So I think 5,000 round trip across the Atlantic. And that's a huge market. That's people are already paying those prices in business class today. So that's roughly 80% of the market potential for international is right there in business class. And yet when we talk to customers, 97% want supersonic flight. I think 3% click the wrong button. But most remarkably, 87% say they would switch airlines to get it. Right. So imagine a world where United and American have supersonic across the Atlantic, and just say brand X doesn't. A lot of passengers are switching airlines, and when they switch airlines, they don't just switch the handful of flights that are going to be supersonic on day one. They switch their loyalty, which means they switch all their domestic flying as well. And I think that is the biggest, competitive disruption that the industry is going to see since the dawn of the jet age, where the same thing happened, with the early adopters of jets and the late adopters of jets. So I think that's what's going to play out. And, ultimately, every major international airline is going to need supersonic because their passengers want it. And if they don't have it, they're going to go fly a different airline.
Well, competitive advantage, right? I don't expect you to get into the weeds here, but I think there's a lot of naysayers out there, we'll call them, that that say maybe these commitments by these airlines are sort of just press release moves and that sort of thing. But sounds like you're telling me that there's meaningful financial commitments to this.
Yeah, I mean I think it's worth observing. The naysayers should never change the world on anything.
No,
and there's always somebody saying you can't do things. And by the way, there's no guarantee we'll succeed. We've overcome a lot of hard problems to get to where we are. We've got a lot more hard problems to overcome to get finished. There's no guarantee we'll get there, but I'm certain that it's possible. And that's what makes me and the other, hardworking men and women at Boom get up every day and say, we're committed to figuring this out. And when there's a challenge, we focus on getting over, around, or through it. And we're incredibly grateful that United, American, JAL were willing to throw in with us, actually remarkably early. And I particularly am grateful to United, which made the first non-refundable deposit. And not only did they put money in, they put their brand in. And not only did they put their money and their brand in, but they put their people in. And the Overture development team works hand in hand with United's test pilots, with their ground crews, with their maintainers, with their flight attendants. And whenever we do a design review, United sits with us in the design review. And we talk about the airplane openly. We talk about what we like and what we don't like. We talk about how you're going to fly an approach. We talk about the cockpit, how that works, how pilot training is going to work, how you cater the airplane. The economics, and so this I think is when we look back and from the day of success and say, well, why did it work? One of the biggest answers is going to be we didn't develop the airplane in a vacuum. We did it with our customers right there with us, making sure that when we delivered an airplane, it didn't just sound good on paper, but in all of its details was actually great.
Gotcha. So, wrapping up here, we're talking a lot about airlines, but is there an opportunity for the Boom technology to maybe go even further? Business aviation, military? I think you mentioned when we started something about the president.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I want supersonic flight for the president, all the way down to every family. And one of the central challenges was really where to start and where to go next. And where to start is, Overture's an all business class supersonic airliner designed for passengers who would fly business today to get a big speed up, particularly on the longest, most painful international flights. That's where where the bread and butter is the North Atlantic. That's what our 1.0. But just like Boeing has a whole family of subsonic airplanes, ultimately we're going to have a whole family of supersonic airplanes. And because people are going to fly more when flights are faster, we're in success. This has to be a bigger company than Boeing, because people are just the same way we needed more jets than we needed propeller craft. We're going to need more supersonic airliners and subsonic airliners, as they continue to scale and the economics continue to get better, et cetera. And so, there will be subsequent airplanes. There'll be bigger ones that support lower fares. There'll be smaller ones for private use. There's a very long roadmap ahead of us, and the art of doing this really is to pick the right first thing to do and really focus on it and get it done successfully.
That's great. Well, hey, thanks, Blake, for coming on and joining us. I know there's a lot of people out there rooting for you.
Oh, I appreciate you, Ryan. Thank you for that.
Thanks.
Wow, a fleet of supersonic aircraft. It's one thing to see a test flight, but it's another to imagine them scaling up to the airline industry so we could commercially fly across the pond in 3 hours. It took me longer to get from Florida to Chattanooga than that. Well, we don't need to fly supersonic flight to get to Lakeland, Florida. My colleagues and I here at Flying Magazine traveled a short distance to Sun and Fun this April to experience all the new, improved, and latest in general aviation. In addition, I got the full immersive experience camping on site in an RV, enjoying the night air show, and a ride along in a Titan T6 to photograph a fellow editor for her latest read in Plane and Pilot magazine. I also collected a lot of hats from the companies you'll meet in this segment, including Doug King, CEO of Epic Aircraft, who will introduce the new Epic 1000AX. You'll also meet Par Akradi with Pilot Communication and their very cool carbon fiber pilot headsets and BlueLink technology. Greg Gibson with the National Championship Air Races and a historic race moving to its new venue in Roswell, New Mexico this September. But next, you'll meet Shane Woodson from Avionics with the latest in ADS-B and navigation technologies. He's radically changing the gear for portable and safe flight, even for experimentals and light sport aircraft. So strap in, let's see all there is to see that we saw at Sun and Fun here on The Best of What's New.
Hi, it's Mark Cook with Kit Planes and Plane and Pilot, Sun and Fun 2025. Here with Shane Woodson of Avionics. Shane, you got some new stuff you're going to show this year.
Yeah, we do. Nice to be here, Mark. Thank you so much. And, we're excited to be here at Sun and Fun 2025. And, just to kind of start off, as our flagship product, the AV30, continues to expand and we really, build on that market and find new innovations for it. We are happy to kind of give an update on our APA and HSI. This is the AV APA and HSI. Those are two accessories that we are delivering for experimental and for the kit planes world. But then also in the certified, we're in the process of certification. We are essentially right now, we'd say imminent on that certification delivery. We were hoping to come to the show with the certification in hand and be delivering them. But due to everything that's going on with the FAA and current events, we are a little delayed, so we are optimistic that we'll be shipping those later this, hopefully later this month or the next month. So within, say, 30 to 60 days.
So break it down for me. What do each one of those do?
So AV-APA is essentially our analog port adapter, and what it's going to do is the AV30, it is a serial input for, autopilots, And so what the APA does is it actually takes those legacy autopilots like the S-Tech, the 20, 30, 50, and so forth like that, and it takes that analog autopilot and converts it to digital into the AV30, so we can actually now support those legacy autopilots. Now, AV30 does the digital autopilots like, for instance, the Trio or the Aero Cruise or the TrueTrack natively. Doesn't need anything to be able to do that in the AV30E. Now, that's APA, or analog port adapter. The AVHSI, that is, you think of it as more or less your, again, the AV30, it has an RS-232 input. It does not have AirLink 429. So what HSI does is allows it to read that, to consume that, that AirLink 429, converts it into the AV30. So now you have a capability of full IFR, navigation on the AV30. You can get the, glide slope, the the ILS. You get everything that's in there as part of that, AVHSI.
And I think it's important to make the distinction that the AirLink 429 is the data stream that the IFR-approved GPSs produce. So you're going to need some kind of converter for that to get it onto the AV30, which you didn't have before. So this gives you that functionality. So if you have an IFR GPS,
that's right,
you'll see everything that it produces on the AV30 now.
That's correct, and that's one of the big things. The AV30, it's approved as a certified and experimental primary attitude indicator and directional indicator. But the hang-up that everybody has kind of been waiting on is that taking it to that next full IFR, getting the approaches, the glide slope, the vertical and horizontal guidance. And so we've had tremendous response on the AVHSI. Obviously, you're very familiar with S-Techs and the autopilot world, and so there's a lot of people who are just chomping at the bit, waiting for our APA to get certified. So we're really excited what it does to the AV30 kind of ecosystem. And just to touch one additional thing on that AVHSI, what it does is if you have multiple AV30s, or let's say the AV30 is a control head for our tail beacon X, and so one of the things that the AVHSI does is it adds in a sync capability where if you change the baro or the squawk on one unit or a heading bug, it actually syncs the data between the multiple units. And so then you don't have to set a setting on one and set it on another, and it takes that workload of a pilot down, so you've got one point of entry.
That's really nice, because I've seen a lot of installations that will use two AV30s.
Yes.
One is sort of locked in as an attitude indicator, and the other is an HSI function,
right,
which obviously you can scroll through, you can do traffic and things like that, but
yep,
especially in some of the certified applications I've seen, they kind of reproduce the attitude indicator and the DG.
They do.
And it's nice to have all the functions, so as you say, you don't have to do it in two places.
Yeah, and that's a good point. That's what a large majority of the people that we do see multiple, AV30s, they do that because they put one attitude, one indicator, a direction indicator in there, and they can pull that vacuum pump out. And at that point, you're shaving, tens of pounds of weight, and that vacuum pump that inevitably is going to fail pretty soon. So
maybe even in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, right? Possibly. So that's again, it's AV30 is our flagship product, and we're just kind of building on that ecosystem. And so that's AVAPA, an HSI update. We're excited to that. We went to AEA, and we're here at Sun and Fun, and again, we're ready to start shipping them as soon as we get the green light from the FAA.
So another product that's been around for a while is the Tail Beacon X.
Yes,
I've had one at my airplane, really, really good unit, and that will continue to integrate with all the AV30 and AV20 components, right?
It does, yes, and we continue to drive that. That is our transponder. It does require a tail marker light to be able to take and install it in. It's been extremely popular. Obviously, what's happened with the ADS-B mandate with the U.S. and then Canada did the space-based, and we're seeing other countries that have done the space-based performance requirement on ADS-B. But Canada, that mandate keeps kind of nudging out a little bit farther. So one thing I like to tell people for the Tail Beacon X is, hey, it is your Mode S transponder for the United States, but if you ever see yourself flying into Canada, it's kind of like our dual ADS-B citizenship as well, because it's not only for Canadians that need it, but if you're ever planning on flying to Canada or going to, to Alaska or something like that, it becomes a benefit for you. But talking about that AV30, that AV30 and Tail Beacon X, we know where that Tail Beacon X world lives, and I think that kind of the next area where we were talking about is we are here at Sun and Fun to announce a new product that we have, and it's kind of, given the current events that we're living in right now, we are, as you know, over the years, we are a very passionate company when it comes down to ADS-B as a safety enhancement. Being able to see fellow pilots out there and them being able to see you is very important, very critical to be able to do those things. And so one of the things that we have done, based on the limitation of your, based on the limitation of the, the Tail Beacon X requiring a tail marker light, we did decide to kind of accelerate and launch what's called the Echo ESX. And this is a very compact, as you can see, very lightweight, remote mount, universally remote mount transponder. Again, this is a full 250 watt transponder, Mode S, ADS-B out, uses your traditional kind of, aviation connectors, so it doesn't use any kind of, proprietary connectors. So this is very simple and easy to install, extremely lightweight, and, it does also integrate with, for experimental, which we are pre-ordering now, and we'll start shipping them hopefully this next month for experimental and LSA aircraft. It uses the AV20 and the AV30 experimental versions as the control head, so it kind of adds to that ecosystem. And then, the Tail Beacon X currently does the integration with some third-party, EFIS and manufacturers. The Echo ESX, this is one that we're actually we're looking to the, to the industry, and we're looking to the pilot community to see we're evaluating that right now and looking to see if there's a capability to, or a need to do that integration.
So just to be clear then, this is kind of sandbox for the AV30, AV20 currently, and whereas the Tail Beacon X can be used with third-party integration with a Dynon or AFS, EFIS.
Yeah, GRT, and like you say, those third-party, and it's the Tail Beacon X is open for it because of the space-based mandate and things like that. We really felt that it needed to take part in that, and so with the Echo ESX, we're really watching. Like I say, we want to listen to the customers, but we also want to make sure, one of the things when you're talking about a control head, and we're really big on customer experience and making sure that we want to. I mean, our motto, our company mission is, we radically innovate to make the airspace open and safe for all. And so part of that also is it's making things accessible and working with other partners, but it's also very much about making sure that we're delivering a quality experience, and just like the Apple and Android world, when you get into some of that world, you kind of have to, when you open it up, you have to be very meticulous on making sure that the customer experience and the testing and quality is there. So,
absolutely. So
we are, like I say, we're watching that very closely, and so maybe if there's reach out to us if there's an opportunity to say, hey, you guys, this is something I'm interested in, but I need it to work with so and so's EFIS. By all means, let us know.
So you're kind of looking to the industry and maybe users at that point to say, how do you see yourself using this? Is there some way that we can integrate that? Or, or even ask the question, is it important to you?
Correct. Yeah.
You don't know until you ask. Right?
Yeah, because initially right now the feedback is they're looking for it for AV20 and AV30, but as we expand and move on, we want to make sure that we are doing our diligence with the customer and listening to them, because ultimately we build these for customers to make the airspace safe and available for us all.
Yeah. So I haven't asked the question yet. Where are you guys on price for this unit?
So that's actually a good question. So Tail Beacon X, that is $24.99 with as a transponder and everything like that. The Echo ESX is priced out the exact same. It's going to be the same $24.99. We do have bundles bundles. If you buy it for experimental with the AV20E and the AV30E, there's a little bit of a pricing discount as a bundle that we offer there, but it's essentially the same price as Tail Beacon X in an AV30 or Echo ESX in an AV30. So it's, you know, it's really kind of comes down to that, like, pick your installation path and where do you want it, because again, not everybody has a tail marker light to put it in.
Fair point.
You know.
So a lot of the Mode S transponders, just sort of circling back to the data side, a lot of the Mode S transponders also have an ADS-B in. Now, I know the Tail Beacon doesn't currently have that. Is that planned for this unit?
It is not. And so one of the things with the ADS-B in, as you're familiar, we have a great relationship and partner with ForeFlight. So we do a tremendous amount of our ADS-B in. We build the Sentry product, Sentry Mini, Sentry, and Sentry Plus for them. So we really have watched and looked at the industry as a whole, and very much the portable side is where a lot of it is. Now, we'll say this, we offer a trade-in program, something, and I'm glad you brought that up, because if someone's going from, you know, one of the legacy transponders with an Echo UAT, or they have, you know, one of our prior, you know, maybe they have a legacy transponder with our Tail Beacon or Sky Beacon. We have a trade-up program, so if they trade up to the ESX or the Tail Beacon X, you get a portion of that back. We call it our virtual trade-in. So, like, let's hypothetically say an Echo UAT. If they trade that Echo UAT in, we do what's called a virtual trade-in. So we basically turn that Echo UAT into receive-only mode. So that customer can then use the receive for the Echo UAT, and the Echo ESX or Tail Beacon X becomes your ADS-B out transponder. That way they kind of get the best of both worlds if they don't want to do a portable installation. And so that's the world that we're in right now. And so, you know, there are some things that we'll talk about here in a second that maybe change some of that you know, ADS-B in portability and things like that next. But we're excited to be here at Sun and Fun, like I say, launching the Echo ESX. We're pre-orders, and we have a show special here at the show for 10% off our select general aviation products. And so that's the update on, that's the big news of the Echo ESX. And
it's 9:30 on day one. So we got our news out of the way.
We got all of it. Again, I can't stress enough everything that's happened in the current events and safety. We are a company that's very much about kind of pushing the envelope of safety forward and kind of, you know, driving that. And so in other countries and other parts of the world, there is a term, it's called EC, or electronic conspicuity. And this is really a portable ADS-B in and out device. Our product that we do overseas right now, internationally, it is 1090 based. It's a low power 1090. That product in general is, we ship that internationally. It's Sky Echo 2. That is what we do right now. It's priced right at $650 US dollars. That is, obviously, there's some shipping and everything and things that go overseas, but it cannot be sold in the United States because the FCC doesn't approve the low power 1090. So building on that, we are currently testing with the FAA a 978 UAT version. So we are driving that with both US and Canada to work towards getting a portable ADS-B in and out solution, and call it Sky Echo UAT, or, you know, TBD on the name. But
TBD, I like the name.
Yeah, we're kind of working on that right now. But it's we're very passionate about that. There's a tremendous amount of opportunity that we see with it because, you know, balloons, the hot air balloons, the gliders, the powered parachutes. This becomes a device that it's not your typical ADS-B where it's tied to your aircraft. It is anonymous, and so it basically, you turn it on when you want it on, you turn it off when you don't want it on, and it's anonymous. And you know, at that point, it doesn't give you airspace access, but it gives visibility. It's a safety enhancement. It's really key for, you know, aircraft to aircraft. Since it's low power, it's not going going to really reach all of those FAA towers and get injected into the ADS-B, TSB feed. But again, having that direct aircraft-to-aircraft line of sight visibility and even beyond, because I mean, we're talking 10 to 15 miles or plus range, you can't see that far.
And you really don't need it much further than that. You're really looking for proximity alert for a balloon or a low-flying airplane, something that wouldn't otherwise show up. And come on, admit it, we're all looking at our ForeFlight and looking for other traffic.
You got it.
Probably as much as we're looking outside these days. So to have all of these other bits of traffic sort of visible to you that might not otherwise be, that's a real safety enhancement.
Yeah, we feel it is. It's and it also, as Century does with our AV Link and the Echo, the Sky Echo UAT would also integrate with the AV30 and give a traffic display and traffic alerts right on the screen. So like I say, it really builds out that ecosystem. So we're excited about that. We're obviously watching the FAA and trying to kind of nudge it along as and we feel that the timing is ideal right now because if you're not going to require an ADS-B but you're going to make it available for them and it adds the safety level that we're talking about, it's tremendous.
Good deal. Well, this is exciting news. You guys are always sort of on the gas with this product development. It's nice to see. And so your Modest transponder is sort of your big news.
That's the big Sun and Fun news.
But this will be out soon, experimental stuff, and then certified to follow that.
Yes,
I appreciate your time today.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me bend your ear.
Thank you.
Bending, kneeling, twisting, contorting. Sound familiar? Meet your new wingman. Introducing the 18-volt Powerlift Creeper from Aero Creeper, designed to save your neck and your back. Born from pilot and mechanic feedback and built on the success of our original and deluxe models, the 18-volt Powerlift Creeper delivers next-level comfort, access, and efficiency. With an 18-volt motor powered by the Milwaukee M18 battery system and adaptable to other brands, you can lift up to 350 pounds with zero strain and total control. Whether you're changing oil, inspecting gear, or detailing hard-to-reach places, this Creeper adjusts to your ideal working altitude. Heavy-duty casters lock where you need them, and every detail is crafted for comfort, including a padded headrest and a wide tipping seat. Want even more convenience? Add a tool tray, cup holder, or custom casters to match your hanger setup. Because your Creeper should work as hard as you do. Proudly built in the USA, each Aero Creeper is made in our Utah factory using premium steel, fabric, and components, backed by a manufacturer's warranty. It launched online in December, made waves at Sun and Fun, and it's cleared for an official debut at AirVenture 25. Ready to make maintenance a breeze? The Aero Creeper 18-volt Powerlift is the only Creeper you'll need. Visit AeroCreeper.com to order yours today. Your airplane and your back will thank you.
Larry Anglisano reporting here at Sun and Fun 2025 in Lakeland, Florida. I'm with Doug King at Epic Aircraft, where the big news from Epic is the next generation of the 1000 series turboprop. It's the 1000AX. And, at first blush, you look at this airplane, and people might say, well, it's got Garmin Auto Land and Auto Throttle like some of the others, but there's a lot more packed into this airplane than electronics, although electronics are a big part of it. Doug King's going to give us a walk around and tell us what this airplane's all about, right?
Sure. Thanks, Larry. We chose AX because it's automated everything. That was our mission here. We did want to add a lot of electronics to it. So we've done that and some nice new features that have given us a little more useful load, about 50 pounds more when it's fully loaded. So let's take a look.
All right.
One thing up on top, we've just come out with the Starlink mini enclosure. So up on top of the unit, we've got the first implementation, I believe, on an airplane of an external mount for a Starlink Mini, and to have high-speed internet all the time, and that coincides with Starlink's new lower pricing for aircraft. As I said before, it's now 1,150 pounds of payload after full fuel. So really still the leader and even by more. And that's fully loaded like this one with the new, our laminar flow Garmin 8000 pod. So we have a weather radar.
Yeah, you know, that's one thing that's interesting. The radar pod, it's off on the right wing, and it doesn't really look like a typical radar pod. It's pretty aerodynamic from the looks of it, right?
Yeah, so we optimized it for cruise speed, and it really made a difference. It's laminar flow, and our test pilots and flight test engineers say it impacts the cruise speed by less than half a knot. So it's no effect on cruise speed and no effect on stall. It just disappears.
And something else you've done to reduce weight is battery tech, right? The old airplane had standard batteries, like that?
Lead acid. We went from lead acid to lithium ion, and that took a bunch of weight off of the airplane. We've gone to the new Cool View windows by Lee Aerospace. Those have a layer of gold in them to cut out the heat, but they're also lighter weight than our old electrochromatic windows. So again, performance is our brand, and we really aim to keep striving to improve that performance for our customers.
Now, if we compare this airplane to the previous 1000 GX, speeds and pretty much everything is the same. It's the same power plant, PT6A. What variety is it?
It's a 67 Alpha.
Okay.
So you get full 1,200 horsepower on takeoff, and you can hold that for 5 minutes. And then it's 1,000 horsepower continuous. And that's the same as it was before.
How is it such an efficient airplane?
Well, it's the all carbon fiber composite. It's smooth and very aerodynamic. We have a bigger cabin than our competitors, but we burn less fuel to go faster than them. And so it really is a performance machine. I think we're the only airplane that you can buy right now that does over 300 knots on less than 50 gallons an hour of jet fuel. So that's a real game-changing level of efficiency. And we have the biggest cabin of all the 6-place turbines.
And of course, a big part of the new AX Series 1000 is the Garmin cockpit with Garmin's emergency auto land and auto throttle. Let's go take a look at that.
Let's go look. The panel looks largely similar to the GX, but you have the auto throttle disconnect here right on the throttle, and then the mode controller for the autopilot is different for the FMS or manual mode and the speed selection. So a little bit of a change. We simplified some of the parts that we use are a little less, and got rid of some of the buttons just to make it easier to use, so that the baro knob, it does the sync. We didn't have that before because we had a different knob set up. But really, kind of one of the coolest new features is this electronic brake hold. So when I press that, it actually actuates a brake and holds the brake, so I don't have to hold them when I'm doing a run up or checking my prop over speed governor. So the electronic brake hold is really a nice feature.
So Doug, you and I talked a little bit off camera about folks transitioning to this airplane, and you seem to think that a big part of the market are owners coming up from single engine piston airplanes, maybe Cirrus models with a similar cockpit. How does this airplane make for an easy transition, you think?
So we've designed the flows of this cockpit to be very easy. So one of the things, there's no overhead switches. So that's just lights. So there's nothing to operate other than what's right in front of you. Your startup procedure is simply left to right. You just turn them on one at a time and hit the start button. It's really that simple. Your primary switches, you do your pre-start row, you start your engine, and then you turn on your pre-taxi row, turn on lights, and that's it. One of the other things we did is this was on the GX as well, but hold that takeoff go around button down and look up above your primary flight display, and you can see what's ready and not ready for takeoff. So it actually gives you the status, like the flaps aren't set, the rudder trim, the door's not closed, the pressurization's not on. So all of that, it's really designed to help somebody out that's stepping up from maybe a simpler platform. And we've made this really easy to fly.
Garmin Autopilot embedded GFC 700. Now we've got automatic yaw damper engage.
Correct. So as you get up through a couple hundred feet, yaw damper turns on. As you come down through a couple hundred feet, yaw damper turns off. So really, it makes it easier. It automatically trims the rudder. When you hold this down, it makes sure that your rudder trim is set for takeoff. It's not right now. So really helping them through the process of operating this turbine airplane. So we added the 3D, you can see the taxi, the safe taxi, the System 7 feature, and then we've got the GDL60 with the automatic database updates, the concierge. That's a big, just a hassle factor.
So this is G1000, three-screen G1000, which should be familiar for somebody stepping up from a TAA, you think, whether it's a piston or maybe another late model turbine.
Yeah,
I guess what I'm getting at is what's the biggest challenge from somebody transitioning to a 1000? Is it operating the avionics? Is it staying ahead of the airplane? Or is it a little bit of everything?
I think it's really having your head in the IFR system. Operating the IFR system, that's really, because you're going to operate this airplane IFR. You're going to be above 18,000 feet in, 5 minutes. So you're going to get up there quickly, and you're going through sectors quickly, so you're changing radios quickly. It's important that you're on your game with your IFR. But the airplane is simple to operate, so it doesn't overload you. It's, you just have to be brushed up on your IFR skills.
Yep. And the AX is pretty much ready to go? Type certified and ready for delivery soon? Or
So it will be certified soon. So we'll start deliveries of the AX in the summer.
Great. Well, where can folks find out more about the Epic website with all information, I assume?
Yep, epicaircraft.com.
Right. And you've been watching coverage here from Sun and Fun 2025. I'm with Doug King at Epic Aircraft. Thanks a lot for watching.
Hi, it's Mark Cook for Kit Planes, Plane and Pilot Magazine, part of the Fire Crown family of publications. Big, happy family. We're here at Sun and Fun. Here with Cyrus, who's at the Pilot Communications booth here at the show. Got some pretty cool headsets you guys are showing. You've been working on for a while.
Yes, sir. Well, we have the Pro Max ANR. That's going to be the newest and latest. Obviously, we have the Carbon A1 as well. Both are very similar to each other. The main difference here is this is carbon fiber. It's about 4 ounce. This is going to be 4 ounces less heavier than the A1. So obviously the carbon fiber helps with the weight, reduces pilot fatigue, and gives pilots a longer flight without having the clamping pressure and those kind of feelings that pilots don't really want. So that's really the whole design of it, was to reduce pilot fatigue and to give a good price point, make it affordable, while also giving a lot of amazing features behind it as well.
So I noticed you're using actual carbon fiber. I mean, you've seen some stuff that have like a carbon fiber wrap on it, but this is actually carbon fiber.
Correct. Genuine carbon fiber, and that actually helps a lot with the weight, right? If we were to do a wrap on it, or do a color of carbon fiber, it wouldn't. The weight speaks for itself, right? So the moment people hold it, they can tell right away, oh, there's no hiding real carbon fiber.
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
Right. So
as I understand it, though, the carbon fiber has a characteristic. It's a little bit like not sharper or brittle, but it has a different characteristic of how the sound comes through. Were there some things that you did to this to work with carbon fiber?
Correct. Yeah. So we had to insulate the inside because obviously carbon fiber is a little bit more hollow than a plastic composite. So we did have to do a lot of insulation inside, a lot of foam, almost like soundproofing inside to give it that good passive attenuation of canceling.
Right.
Right.
So just to be clear, though, these are A&R headsets. They have, decent passive, which is nice.
Correct.
But obviously, you guys have developed your own A&R module for all these. Are they the same among all three?
Yes, they're the same, right? So on the Pro Max, it's just a pillow top, and that's just a plastic composite. And this is obviously a little protein leatherette design. That's a little bit different, and but mainly that's the real difference. Is all the Bluetooth features, the A&R module, all the electronics, the guts are all the same.
Okay.
Right. So the whole idea was to come out with something more affordable, right, for pilots while still having the luxury of, decent lightweight headset, the Bluetooth features, and all the things that pilots look for.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now I notice on the controller here, you've got a few features that are actually pretty cool. I don't want to tear this out. This may be stuck in place so it doesn't walk away. But obviously you have battery power.
Yep.
AA batteries?
AA's, two AA's.
And how long does that typically run?
It typically gives you about 25 hours, continuous. Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yep.
Now I noticed too that there's a USB port on the side. What's that for?
So that is actually, you can plug in a USB-C power input, and you can actually just bypass the batteries.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's a big feature we were thinking about, because realistically people don't always want to deal with batteries, and if you run out of A&R in the middle of the flight scrambling for batteries, that's not what you want to do in the middle of the flight realistically. So you can just plug in a USB, basically just bypass those batteries, and you can leave the batteries as a backup, but the main source can just be the USB power. It won't recharge the batteries, it'll only power it for the duration of the flight.
Understood. So if you have it set up for USB power primarily, let's say you have a port back there that's convenient.
Right.
When you power the port, does it come on, or do you have to turn it on separately?
No, it automatically fires on.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, fires up.
So I noticed you have Bluetooth capability in there. Tell me a little bit about that.
So we're actually the only ones to connect to two devices at the same time as of now. So why would you want to do that? You can have a tablet connected, giving you a for-flight notifications off a tablet, right? And I can have a cell phone connected, making a phone call or listen to music. So I have two Bluetooth connections at the same time. That's the big part of it. That's a big feature.
That's interesting. Now I notice there's a switch down here, the little airplane and mix and off. What does that do?
So the airplane mode, we have three features on the muting. So airplane mode would be that it takes aircraft priority, aircraft communication. So if you get an incoming call or anyone speaks in the intercom, it'll bring down the volume of that music, for example. Once they're done talking, it'll bring it back up automatically. Okay, and then the mix is going to just have it all mixed in together. So you don't want the music to keep getting muted, and it's just all mixed in together, right? Off would just be that you just want your music off. I'm in a busy area, no distractions. But typically people have it in airplane mode. That's the feature that's used the most, right?
So it prioritizes the air traffic control stuff.
Correct.
And obviously intercom, because that's on the same channel.
Correct.
But if there's music or anything else coming in, it damps it down.
Correct.
That's
absolutely correct. Yep.
Now I noticed you've got some controls here in the center. Is that through the Bluetooth for the phone?
Yes, so that's going to be the Bluetooth settings, for the Bluetooth settings right there. So we have next song, previous song. That's going to be volume up, volume down. So you basically have full control over your Bluetooth settings. So you don't even need a phone, realistically. I mean, once you're paired, you can put the phone in your pocket.
Nice.
This is your phone.
Nice.
That's the whole idea.
I love that idea.
Right, and you can also redial if you tap that button twice, the Bluetooth button, and it can redial the last person on your call list as well.
That's really sweet.
Yes.
You know, we're never far from our phones in the airplane.
No.
So it's
even in an airplane.
We're tethered to it. So I noticed this has a traditional connections for headset connections.
Yes.
It looks like this comes off. What do you do?
Yeah, so that's another part of innovation, right? You can actually simply just disconnect this, and you can get another top lead cable for it. So you can get a LEMO cable or a helicopter cable. So you have three options. Obviously, if you do get the LEMO, the power will be drawn in through there, so you don't even need the batteries or the USB to power it because you got ship power.
Yep.
So it's really nice for people who want to interchange between different aircrafts.
Yep.
Or they have, you know, multiple aircrafts, a helicopter, and they can jump between different aircrafts with one headset.
It's nice too that you've got the battery backup, so if power goes out on the LEMO side, you're not dead in the water that way.
Exactly.
Fantastic.
So once again, really, really affordable, but you're also getting all the features that, you know, that you want, if not more, right? For a very humble price, modest price. Yeah.
Now I noticed walking up, you know, you're not just headsets. You have a number of other products in the lineup. What else do you have?
Well, we focus in communication, so anything in the communication line. We have intercoms, adapters, microphones, headset components. So we even do some stuff on other brands like David Clark and so forth. We do repairs. Really, you name it. We cover that whole communication fields, plugs, connectors. We can get it all, really. Yeah.
Now I know kind of how you guys got on my radar the first time was through the Bluetooth module, because that was sort of before a lot of headsets had Bluetooth.
Right.
It was sort of a developing technology, and it was really nice to have Bluetooth connection to the headset without having a wire or anything.
Correct.
So, and I know you guys had a solution for that before a lot of people did.
Yep. Yeah, so we started that in about 2008. We were the first ones to innovate the Blue Link, and that was a big turning point in the company as well. So obviously people follow on after, but we were the first to innovate that. So you can basically put any existing headset into this Bluetooth adapter and make your headset Bluetooth, right? So for the people who didn't want to spend big bucks on a Bluetooth headset, if you already had a headset, plug this in for, you know, $200 to $300 and you got what you want for a great price.
That's a great way to add the capability.
Right.
It's really nice to have.
Right. And we've been around since 1984. Obviously, the pioneers of A&R. We were, you know, the top three, as you call it. I think Bose and Telex started, and we were right about the third at that time that rolled in. So we have a lot of experience in our belts with, you know, noise canceling, and mainly we just listen to the customers, what they want. Obviously, throughout the years, we obviously come to these shows, we listen to the customers, and we obviously input those into the products as the years go by.
Well, clearly a lightweight headset is high on the list, and you know, I know from personal experience that we've come. I mean, I started in the, you know, we had David Clark's, and they were like a clamp, and they were heavy, and so, you know, to pick something like this up, this is really amazing. You can't feel it on camera, but this is actually
big wow factor.
Really, really lightweight and nicely shaped. So.
Thank you.
Well, sounds like you have a lot of work cut out for you here at the show.
Yes.
And probably some really interesting stuff happening back at the shop that you don't want to talk about. We'll talk about maybe next time.
Stuff's coming up.
Coming up.
Stay tuned.
Well, thanks for spending time with me.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it.
Much.
Thank you.
We'll see you next time.
Yep.
We're here at Sun and Fun 2025 celebrating a new partnership between Flying Magazine and the National Championship Air Races. I'm talking with Greg Gibson of the National Championship Air Races, and he's going to tell us a little bit about something that's old but is also pretty new. Greg, why don't you tell us about how moving the air races from Reno to Roswell, New Mexico is going?
Well, it has been a monumental task, something that's as storied and historic as the National Championship Air Races. Mark, you're trying to, you know, take all of that pageantry and all of that nostalgia and then just say that we're now going to operate in a different place is something of an undertaking. And I have to say the team that's been put together to do this has just done a fantastic job. You know, it wasn't our choice to leave Reno. It was, you know, a kind of a collective circumstance that developed that was kind of pressed upon us. You know, land development, lots of different factors that created our opportunities were shrinking. So it became apparent that the last year was going to be 2023 for the National Championship Air Races in Reno. And we went through a bid process 38 different cities all applied, and through that process, we narrowed it down to 6. And through that process, we had a committee of about 30 people, all assembled from civil engineers to race authorities. We had timekeepers, we had pilots, we had members of the Reno Air Race Association board, volunteers, just anybody you can think of that was an authority on air racing, pylon air racing specifically, were all part of the process to determine where was the safest, the easiest place for us to race for the longest period of time possible. How could we race somewhere in perpetuity and then build, on the iconic history of the air races in a new location? So it really has gone well up to this point, and of course we've got our first races coming up September 10th through the 14th.
Greg, what can you tell us about how the racers have responded to the move?
Well, everyone, when this first came up was, the first response was shock. How can this be? This is something that's been in place here for these, these many years. And, as it's begun to set in, and especially as the racers have now, some have visited down, we've run the first couple of laps around the proposed race course to get a look at it. The racers in general, those that have seen it, are very appreciative of the very flat landscape. They think it's an excellent venue for racing. I think there's always going to be those that are looking at it as they're going to miss where they've been just because it's such a storied thing. But we hear it all the time. The people, they show up for the races and they come back for the people. They show up to enjoy air racing, whether they're racing themselves, whether they're fans, and they come back for the people. So the people are all going to Roswell. And I have to say, getting to Roswell has been one of the most fantastic things. Once we got there and the folks that are welcoming us in, that community has just been absolutely amazing. We've had, every level of government from city all the way up to state. We've had volunteers, people throughout all the different areas have made it just their passion to make us feel welcome. And it has worked in spades. We're really, really appreciative of all that. And so, from pilots to the organizers, and of course to those that we're now bringing the races to, it's looking like a really great move.
Well, what can you tell us about site changes, site accommodations, and how some of the challenges that have been involved in getting it set up to handle this for 1 week a year?
Sure. Well, the elephant in the room is always going to be is there lodging available? And the answer to that is it's limited. The area right around Roswell, in the city of Roswell, is going to be substantially less than what people are accustomed to in Reno, but it is there. And there's also a regional aspect that people don't really expect. So Artesia, Carlsbad over in Ruidoso, out in Clovis, even as far away as over in Lubbock, Texas, there's a lot of places to stay, and the RV opportunities are incredible compared to what they have been. We had virtually none in Reno. Now we have hundreds, if not thousands, of places for people to park an RV. So while it's not exactly the same, and people are kind of trying to figure out what the hotel situation looks like, it's there. It's just different. You have to look into the region. A hotel staying in downtown Reno is probably 30 to 40 minutes from Stead, to drive up to the airport. Well, if you're staying in Artesia and not in Roswell, it's about a 25-minute drive. So it's relationship-wise, there's some similarities, and there are challenges. We're not hiding from that. We know that there are limitations on how many hotels. But when we talk about the venue itself, we have.
I'm going to ask you about the race course.
Yeah, the race venue itself is amazing. We're on an old SAC base, Strategic Air Command base. You've got these massive runways, massive amounts of space, flat ground everywhere. As far as safety, the surrounding terrain. If an aircraft, a race aircraft, is forced to make an off-field landing, then it's very, very survivable. Some of the other places we looked, the terrain just simply wasn't as forgiving. The ability to land an airplane safely if you're having a problem and you couldn't get back to the runway is a top priority. It's a top priority before hotels, before anything else. We had to be able to race. Level 1 trauma center is right there and not only that, there's a school there. A medical school that's training right there on the field. So there's a lot of things working in Roswell's favor that really helped us out. 82 acres of the actual race fan experience space, for people to come in and enjoy all of the military statics, things like you see here at Sun and Fun on the ramp. You have a huge midway where vendors and exhibitors can come piling in there. We have 400 general aviation parking spaces. We had none instead. So where Reno did not allow you to fly into the airport itself, you can now fly directly into Reno, or I'm sorry, you can fly directly into Roswell and actually land and go to the races, and then you can get back in your airplane. And let's say you're staying in Albuquerque, you could commute back and forth by air. And probably have one of the best experiences you could have where that wasn't even available before. So there's a lot of things that are really different and special about Roswell that I think people are going to appreciate. And if ticket sales are any indication, they're coming. We're doing a good job so far on that.
Greg, can you tell us a little bit about what the National Championship Air Races will be bringing to the Roswell area in terms of advanced education opportunities?
Well, that's a great question. One of the things we've really worked hard on, our mission is to bring, fantastic racing, support the community, and support our military. Those are the core tenets of the National Championship Air Races. Serving the community, we have a scholarship program that's actually part of a larger program with our STEM education series that we have every year at the races. Since 2021, we've rolled out a flight training scholarship program, and we have brought through 33 students already. Have gotten their private pilot's license with $10,000 each scholarship opportunities. We did that through a large grant from the Ray Foundation, along with all of our donors that have made that possible. This year we've even expanded it, so Roswell, not only will they get the benefit of that program, but we're also going to have an airframe and power plant scholarship program that's going to be made available through Eastern New Mexico University. So they have an A&P program already there, so now we're going to incorporate into that with our program as well. So really, really spectacular. We're looking forward to being able to do that. Another option that we're offering this year that we haven't before is some of our race pilots are going to take a scholarship home with them. So we have 5 different racers who are going to go back to their local communities. They're going to nominate and select one winner from their region, and there will be the mentor for that winner all the way through their scholarship process until they achieve their private pilot's license. So we have 5 that will remain in Reno. So we're going to do 5 scholarships in Reno. We're going to do 5 in Roswell, flight training. 5 that go home with pilots. So a total of 15 flight training scholarships. Then we do the 5 airframe and power plant scholarships as well through Eastern New Mexico University. So big deal for the community to be able to come in and show how careers in aviation can be something that can be discovered at this fantastic flying event that's going to happen their field. So creating a buzz around the excitement of just the spectacle of doing it, and also showing that they could come and enjoy a career in aviation as well.
Yeah. Now, I'm sure the maintenance community is going to enjoy a little love from the proceeds as well.
They need it. Can't fly
really
not fixed.
Yeah. That's an undertold story.
No cap. Yeah.
Now, Greg, you have some background at developing these education opportunities. Want to tell us a little bit about your background and connection with Sun and Fun?
Well, I actually, even prior to Sun and Fun, I worked with an airshow team where we had a program called Elevate Your Life, and our pilot, Greg Poe, had lost his son to drug addiction, and through that loss, he decided he would go out and get a better grip on life by helping students keep their eye on the ball before they became addicted or had a problem with drugs. So through that process and being his team coordinator, I learned about how to integrate and kind of reach children. You don't wag your finger at them. You give them opportunities to do things that are fun instead of the bad stuff. And he was a great mentor and a friend. And when I moved to Sun and Fun, and not too many years later, in about 2013, they had a great program here, and it became the Aerospace Center for Excellence. So part of that was the Flight Training Scholarship Program. They have a program here that has continued on, the Project Stratus, that they use the same program we used in our team efforts. We do essays with local students who then are afforded rewards for their good works, and we get to do something cool at Sun and Fun. So I took all of that, and when I got to the National Championship Air Races, we blended it all together and came up with the Flight Training Scholarship Program that we have now. So it's really, these events are very much a family, in and of themselves, whether they intend to be or not. You've got a relationship, my affiliation with Sun and Fun, and of course the performer that flew here led me into a role at the event itself. And then as I moved on into another event, I had a relationship, through Fred Telling and Tony Logoteta, the president, COO, and of course Fred's the CEO and chairman. we had that relationship all ready to go. And, you know, when I came out there, you know, with this idea, they were like, of course, it's already been done over here. And of course, the AOPA and EAA both have their scholarship programs. So these education things really can't stand alone. You know, you can't just have what EAA does or what National Championship Air Races does or what Sun and Fun does. They have to work together, and we support each other. So those best practices really travel in between each one. And it's a really good relationship.
And I've got to ask, with the new location for the National Championship Air Races, has there been any talk of an extraterrestrial class?
Well, we actually, what's not already known is that Elvis has been racing for years.
Oh.
Yeah, so I mean, that's already been out there. But we can't disclose, of course, which class or which aircraft, but he's been there for a while now. And there are,
Red Star?
Well, we can, yeah, and we continue to have certain sightings, and sometimes the race teams are there, sometimes they're not. We consider that maybe an abduction. You don't know. We are looking at, it's kind of, in all seriousness, one of the things we want to do, the UFO culture obviously is huge in the Roswell area. And our effort would be to become every bit as beloved and something that's associated with that area as the UFO sightings, you know, have been, you know, since the 1950s. So they have a very interesting and very vibrant culture surrounding all of that. We've got a new mascot coming up. We're going to introduce that here shortly. I can't do too much right now because we haven't revealed him yet, but we do have a mascot. He'll be kind of a Where's Waldo character. He'll be popping up in different places. You'll need to find him in order to get some good stuff. Microsoft Flight Simulator is our partner, and one of the things we've been discussing with them is to actually have a UFO class in the simulation version of the National Championship Air Races. We already have Reno. They're modeling Roswell as we speak. And so once that all gets finished, we're exploring the idea of actually having an alien entry class.
So the virtual class will exist?
It's very likely. We haven't confirmed everything yet, but we're working on it. We're actually had a couple of cool ideas around certain famous spaceships that require some licensing and whatnot, so we'll see how that all turns out. So, if nothing else, flying saucers, I think, will be going head to head.
So Greg, what can you tell us about the state of New Mexico statewide and how they are responding and the impact that the state is having on the races and vice versa?
Sure. Well, you know, the state of New Mexico is known as the land of enchantment, and having not spent a lot of time there before I went to Roswell here recently the first time, I wasn't really sure where that came from, but having now been and visited and seen some of the different things that are there and some of the experiences that are to be had, I can tell you when people actually go to New Mexico and they see Carlsbad Caverns, they go up to Ruidoso into the mountains, they look into Santa Fe and see the amazing culture. You know, definitely out into the desert, there's a state park not far from Roswell called Bottomless Lake. Is absolutely spectacular, and just some of the scenery and just some of the very iconic culture that's around. It's just something you can't miss. I mean, I think people, as much as they went to Roswell or, you know, to see the aliens, now we add the air races to it, you're going to start seeing an expansion of an awareness around just the certain, especially just the landscape, just the magnificent landscape features that are there. And don't even get me started on the food. I mean, it's unbelievable what you can come out of there with an extra 20 pounds if you're not careful. I mean, just amazing culture, just day trips away from Roswell, or if you happen to be staying, you know, around the region, to be able to move back and forth and come to the races one day, maybe do another experience another day, would be absolutely worth, you know, a multi-location vacation would be a really, really good idea. We've got great partners with New Mexico True. You just go to newmexico.org. They have everything you'd ever want to know about where to stay, where to go, who to see, what to do, all of that. And they're great partners. They're there to help us, and they've got a great plan for anyone wanting to come and experience not only the National Championship Air Races, but everything New Mexico has to order at the same time.
So, Greg, how can people find out more about the National Championship Air Races in Roswell?
Absolutely. Airrace.org is the easiest place to go and find out all the information you need. We're going to have 7 classes of air racing. It's September 10th through the 14th coming this year. And everything you've ever loved about the National Championship Air Races is there. Added now, the new venue of Roswell, larger space, you can fly in. It's going to be a fantastic week. So we hope people will visit airrace.org. If they got any questions, they can just reach out to info@airrace.org. And of course, all of our wonderful partners with the state of New Mexico and the city of Roswell, and of course, the surrounding region there. They're all ready to help. They'll find a place to stay. It'll be a great experience for everybody.
Okay, Greg, well, thanks very much for talking with us here at Sun and Fun 2025. and we look forward to hearing more about it.
Welcome back to the best of what's new presented by Flying Magazine. If you're enjoying the show so far, check us out on AirlineGeeks.com for all the other aviation content we have to offer. I've known Greg Gibson for a few years now, who we just met with the National Championship Air Races, and I'm super excited for his new adventure in New Mexico, and I'll definitely be booking my travel this coming September. The race is September 10th through the 14th. That's only 138 days away. So go check them out at airrace.org. I'm thinking I might want to fly myself there, and you know, the whole time building thing that us flight instructors do. And I think I might have to buy my own aircraft. So I'm super excited to introduce our next guest coming up in the program with Flying Finance, offering your way to purchase your own aircraft. And maybe you want to buy some of the ones that you'll see in the show here today coming up, including the Diamond DA-40, the Enstrom helicopters with the 480B and the 480B Elite. Flying Finance can help you with any of those aircraft opportunities. And, well, let's review what else is coming up before we go over there to Keller, Lassiter, and Trip Thurston. Coming up, we have the DA-40 with Trevor Mustard, Sporty's John Zimmerman, Bravo Golf Watches, a really cool flight instructor kind of watch with Bo Garrett, Blackhawk Aerospace with Edwin Black, and Enstrom Helicopters, as I mentioned, with Charles Wade. So let's see how we're going to pay.
All right, we're here today with my two favorite finance bros, Keller and Trip. How you guys doing?
Doing well. Thanks for having us. Yeah, great. Happy to be here. Thanks, Ron.
Yeah, no, really glad to have you on Best of What's New. And I think set the record straight here about why we're having an aircraft financing business on Best of What's New. There's been a lot of changes, in the past several months in the aircraft finance business, and that's why these guys are here to talk about it and all the latest and greatest stuff. So let's get down to it. Everybody's favorite topic, one that we've been talking about at length, kind of behind the scenes, is bonus depreciation. So why don't you guys start and tell us a little bit about that and how you expect that to impact the market?
Yeah, so Trip here, a little background from him, and Trip, feel free to take over, but he's got a heavy banking background, so I think I'll let you head that one off, Trip. You know a good bit about bonus depreciation and what's coming.
Yeah, so without getting too technical, we always recommend that you talk to your tax advisor about it, but depreciation generally would take any purchase and spread it over what we would call the useful life. Typically, it's 5 to 10 years for most assets, or even longer for residential or commercial properties. So when it comes to aircraft and the opportunity for bonus depreciation allows you to accelerate your expenses. So you're able to increase your expense load when you buy the asset, which means you have a lower net income and you pay lower taxes. Right now, bonus depreciation is about 40%. It's curtailing 20% every year. So next year it'll be at 20%. And then after that, it should go to zero. Last year, there was a bill that went into the House with the intent of returning bonus depreciation back to 100%, something that the Jobs Act did back in 2017. That bill did not go through, so it's not law, so don't get too excited. But Trump has talked about bringing it back and having it in full force, where it'd be 100%. Here at Firecrown specifically, we have a related party that has an aircraft, and we have it over 2 years for our own purposes. So it's not something that is a one-size-fits-all. So you can take it and you may say, based on your earnings or your growth plans or your tax plans, that you want to accelerate all 100%, or you may say, hey, I want to break it up. But at least you have the freedom to be able to do so.
Got it. So Keller, why don't you talk a little bit about how this is expected to impact, the aircraft financing market and what you all are sort of hearing and expecting to see this year?
Yeah, so I think one of the biggest things we're going to see is this: if this 100% bonus depreciation comes back, the market is going to become very hot. We're going to see airplanes not sticking on the market nearly as long, mainly kind of going towards the turboprop and jet crowd. Those airplanes are probably going to have a price increase. So I've been recommending to people who are in the market right now looking at buying an aircraft to go ahead and get the process started now, because eventually inventory is going to drop. We're going to go back into a seller's market where they're going to be less likely to negotiate sales prices, and also be less likely to, budge on timelines and things like that. So my biggest recommendation for those who are in the market right now, go ahead and get the financing started. We're honestly seeing great rates right now, anywhere between the 6.5%, 7% range for some of those turboprop and jet people. So it really all boils down to what's going to happen with inventory if 100% bonus depreciation comes back. So it's better to be on the top side of that curve rather than the bottom side and having to fight for the deal that you need.
Got it. So it's almost like we planned this. You had a great segue. Let's talk about interest rates. Obviously it doesn't just extend to aircraft. It's a big topic in real estate these days. It's very volatile. Hot topic. What are you all sort of hearing and seeing this year and expecting from the Fed?
Yeah, so 2025 has been actually relatively stable. We've seen a slight rate decrease. So right now, as I kind of said, our average rates are between 6.5%, 7.5%. And then, of course, if we get into some, charter use and things like that, it could rise slightly by about a point, but nothing too significant. My projections for the remainder of 2025 really is just going to I think we're going to stay kind of where we're at. We might see a slight decrease in the coming months, but again, I don't have that crystal ball. So as much as I wish I did, and how helpful it would be for our clients, I can't say for sure. But we're finally seeing some stability in the market. We're not having rapid increases or decreases like what we saw in 2024 with decreases, and then in 2023 we saw, it was monthly increases on rates, which is really exciting for us because we're able to provide more accurate quotes, which last longer times before they expire. Because before this, we were giving out quotes that had to have 30-day expirations, and now we're providing 90-day expirations. So it's, again, it's hard to say without a crystal ball what's going to happen, but I think we're in a really good spot looking ahead 2025 and beyond through the remaining years, to come. I think we're finally seeing some stability again.
Got it. So Trip, I think this is actually, I should have led with this because I think it's really valuable for the aviation community. There's a lot of us, frankly, us laymen that don't work in finance or banking don't really understand the whole interest rate process and how the Fed sets it in its entirety. So can you give the 30,000 foot, so to speak, overview of how that works and, any chatter from the banking side about what could change in the overall economy this year?
Sure, happy to. So bankers generally act collectively, and they don't act fast, and they're normally not known for being on the forefront of really anything. If you think about the last time you went into a bank, you probably had to fill out a deposit slip that looked the same as it did 30 years ago. So as banks look at rates, at the federal level, they're looking at a lot of different data, and you have everything from how would a rate shift affect currency, which, a stronger dollar is great if you're a tourist trying to go, overseas, but it's painful if you are an exporter because you're trying to sell and you're hoping to pick up on that currency lift. So they're looking at currency, they're looking at what's happening in the housing market, what's happening in oil prices and inflation and everything that we've talked about. And so right now there's so many questions that it's just sort of a hold steady moment. There's There's the potential that the current tariffs and trade war just eases out, the art of the deal sort of scenario. So that eases out, and you have the economy take a breath and get back to business as usual. And at that point, the Fed is able to focus primarily on controlling inflation, and there's less concern outside of that. There are also other scenarios where the Fed has to be more proactive, and then also the risk of stagflation. And so all of those, from a very high level, generally result in the Fed waiting longer than people would normally prefer them to do.
Got it.
Hey,
So
Ryan,
Go
if
ahead,
I
Doug.
could butt in on this too, because I know we talked about, Trip, you had a great example there that it takes time. So a lot of people will see a Fed decrease, on the rate, and immediately my phone will start ringing and say, Keller, what are your rates down to now? Now that the Fed has decreased the rates. And it's not something, these banks don't change them, immediately overnight when the Fed drops their rate. So it usually takes about a 4-week period after there's a significant rate drop for the banks to kind of follow suit. So the best thing, I always tell people is just stay patient for a little bit, give us about 4 weeks, let's see what happens. And we'll continue the process, after we hear some news and figure out what exactly the banks are going to do with their lending rates.
That's right. And if you wanted to see a more timely indicator than looking at the Fed rate, you might look at the 5-year Treasury rate, because that's typically what bankers will price on when they're doing a fixed rate loan like a mortgage or an auto loan, or in this case, an aircraft loan. So that, if you looked at it, it changes regularly. You're able to see the trends of where that's going, and it'll react usually before we hear anything from Chairman Powell.
Got it. Are you all worried about any softness in the aircraft financing market because of tariffs?
Tariffs, loaded question there.
Yeah, I like load.
It's interesting. So, the used market is not going to be nearly as affected by these tariffs because the airplanes a lot of times are already in the United States. Now, granted, if you're buying a used 210 or PC-12 or something that's overseas, okay, yeah, it's a different story. Tariffs could affect the sales price, importation tax, and everything there. But as far as the used aircraft market goes, we're not going to see anything incredible. Now, what you need to keep your eye on, though, is parts. A lot of these parts that, starters and alternators and all these, pieces of the airplane that are commonly to go out, those, depending on where they're coming from, could see an increase in pricing. So it's something that when you are buying an airplane, keep that in the back of your head, but don't let it stop you from a purchase. Because overall, it's still, if you're buying an airplane, you need the airplane, or you just want the airplane. But it's definitely something you need to keep your eye on, is look at what parts are commonly failing, go ahead and kind of prepare for an increase of those parts, and just build it into your budget. And of course, at Flying Finance, we're happy to talk with you guys about budgeting and what we can do to help too. So it's, like I said, tariffs, all right, new airplanes coming in from overseas. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. We really don't know yet.
So have you heard any chatter from anybody in your spheres or any clients expressing some concern over these?
Yeah, so we've had some clients that have put purchases on pause right now, but they've immediately come back and came back and started to do the deal again. And it's all because, they get this really anxious, anxiety feeling, and then they realize, what, I need to go ahead and buy now. Before these tariffs, really if they get enacted, we need to go ahead and have the airplane imported or exported to wherever they are. Again, we deal with clients in, Canada, Mexico, all over the place. So it really, we have these conversations daily. So if you're on the fence right now about buying an airplane and you're worried about tariffs, go ahead, pull the trigger, get an application in. Let's get it closed, sealed, signed on the dotted line, so that we can avoid any of those extra fees that might come with it. But as far as, friends in the industry, everybody's a little anxious. It's a whole new ball game as far as, what we're looking at with pricing. you look at pipistrelles, you look at technums, they all come in from overseas. So these new shipments, expect some changes, but again, don't get too nervous until things actually come to fruition and we actually see some changes happening.
Got it. Yeah, it's an interesting time in the industry. I just feel like I've heard the word tariff way too many times this week. It affects everything from parts across all spaces, commercial down to pistons and even home builds. So it'll be interesting. I want to ask you, because this always blows my mind, is that I think when people think of flying finance, the first thing comes to their mind are, I'm a billionaire going to finance my Gulfstream or my new G800, which was just certified today. Tell me really who your clients are and what value you guys add for them.
We do all walks of clients. Our minimum loan amount is $20,000. We do deals well above that into the multi-millions of dollars, $20 million, $30 million. But really our most acted deal on is usually that piston market in the $250,000 to $700,000 range. I'm a little biased on that crowd because I'm a pilot myself. I was a flight instructor. I flew for charter operators. I flew for the airlines, and I really love the piston market. So it's something that I hold near and dear to my heart as far as helping those clients get financing, because there's a lot of companies out there that have $100,000 loan minimums, and we want to open the market up so that anybody and everybody that we talk to, we can get a loan done. So that includes your, $20,000 home builds all the way up to your, multi-million-dollar Gulfstream, Gulfstream 800. Yeah, would love to do it. So we really don't have a very narrow, like, this is exactly who we finance. We do a very broad spectrum. And you can see on our Facebook page that we have Flying Finance Facebook page. We love the piston crowd. We do a lot of piston aircraft. So I don't want people to think that we're just after, jets and turboprops. While we love doing those deals and we're happy to help and talk to the CEOs and CFOs that need those aircraft, we also really enjoy helping those owner-flown aircraft as well.
There's the U.S. government is currently auctioning off 10 KC-10s. The starting bid is $500,000. You want to go in on it with me, Keller?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's just throw down that money and buy those airplanes, and we'll figure out who can fly them.
Yeah, they do not come with the refueling boom attached, though. That's the.
Oh, well, I'm out. That's the kicker for me.
Yeah, that did it for me too. So let's talk about, obviously I don't expect you guys to get down into the weeds about who your clients are, but I think there's a lot of people would be curious, what's the demographic of people going out, and working with you all? The key demographic.
Yeah, so you have everything from individuals who are pre-retirees or retirees that, their grandfather had a plane, their father had a plane, and now they want a Cessna 172 or something like that. You also have high wage earners and company owners who are buying aircraft to get from one property to another, or on the private equity side from one portfolio company to the other. So it's a pretty wide range. We'll see everything from student pilots to people buying their third, fourth, and fifth plane. And sometimes you'll see that elevation from a single piston to multi-engine and all the way up into the jet market.
I think one really cool story too that we had recently was a guy was buying an aircraft. Sorry, I can't remember the make and model, but he had actually previously owned that airplane about 10 to 15 years ago. So he sold it to a gentleman, ended up about 10 to 15 years later. Guy still had it. He reached out to him and he bought that same airplane back, which is really cool. I love having, stories like that, airplanes with history. So. Yep.
That's really cool. That's really cool. It's an airline move there. Lease the airplane and then buy it back.
Exactly.
Cool. Well, if somebody wants to chat with you guys, what do they need to do?
Yeah, so they can go online to our website, flyingfinance.com. We have a friendly little contact us button on the right where they can fill out some information. Either myself or Kimsey or even Trip sometimes will get on the phones. We'll reach out to you guys. You can reach us at email, info@flyingfinance.com. We keep that email pretty clear and ready to answer any of your questions you have.
Got it. All righty, guys. Well, thanks for coming on and sharing about the latest and greatest in the aircraft finance space.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks so much, Ryan. We appreciate it.
Thanks for watching. Stay tuned for more Best of What's New.
You heard him. I got to get my application in sooner than later. Don't want to miss the opportunity with this changing market. I've been renting 172s and Piper Cherokees way too long and sharing them with flight students and other instructors. So it'd be really nice to have my own ride. The Best of What's New wouldn't be possible without our sponsors. So I want to thank our sponsors here today making this possible. Aero Creeper, Blackhawk Aerospace, Pilot Communications, Avionics, National Championship Air Races, and the Ronald McDonald House Charities. In this next segment, I want to go back to Sun and Fun because it was lots of fun in the sun, and the best of what's new in flight training, pilot gear, aircraft retrofits, and even the ultimate helicopter luxury. You'll see the Diamond DA-40, one of the airplanes I'd like to finance is the new DA-50. Fast, comfortable, and fun, and built in Ontario, Canada. The one you'll see in the program, courtesy of Premier Aircraft in Fort Lauderdale. We'll check in with John Zimmerman at Sporties with their new flight training, some cool 4K video, 360-degree camera courses, tailwheel flying, aerobatics with Patty Wagstaff, lots of fun stuff there. Bravo Golf watches, a sweet and affordable flight instructor's watch. Blackhawk Aerospace with Edwin Black with their new STCs for the turboprop market. And Enstrom Helicopter with their 480B Elite, ultimate luxury in helicopters. I had the pleasure of joining Trevor Mustard on this tour with the beautiful DA-50.
Hi, good morning. My name is Trevor Mustard. I'm the head of sales and marketing for Diamond Aircraft, and we're here at Sun and Fun 2025. And I'm going to show you the features on the new Diamond DA-50. The DA-50 is essentially one of our larger aircraft. This is essentially a DA-62 with a single engine. It is carrying the CD300 engine, which makes it a unique product in our lineup. It's a 300 horsepower diesel engine. So the advantage this aircraft has over a lot of our competitor aircraft is the fact that it's burning jet fuel, 300 horsepower at takeoff, and it's a 270 horsepower max continuous aircraft. A really nice, comfortable, stable platform. It'll fly at 175 knots, and generally it's burning between 12 and 14 gallons an hour, depending on what altitude and power setting you want to set it at. So a very comfortable, stable platform, and we're very proud to have it here at Sun and Fun. It's just a really cool airplane more than anything. It's got a great ramp appeal, and just the performance is fantastic. And those people who want to go somewhere with a lot of comfort and style, they're really going to start looking at the DA-50 as that option. So we offer an entire product line. A lot of our customers will start in some of the smaller ab initio style airplanes, like even the DA-20, which is a single engine two-seater. Graduate into a DA-40, which is really great for instrument training and commercial training, and then eventually end up in something that'll haul the whole family around. So the DA-50 at that point. And then in some other cases, this might be the first aircraft somebody ever owns. You know, you've got a lot of very successful people who are interested in going straight into something at this level. And I mean, you're still capable enough to do ab initio training in this aircraft if you chose to do that way. A lot of our other customers will choose to work their way up. The DA50 has got a service ceiling of 20,000 feet. It gets there very comfortably. It's twin turbocharged, so it's got lots of horsepower available all the way up into the flight level. Once you're up at that altitude, you've got onboard oxygen with this aircraft, so you can just plug in, put a cannula or a mask on, depending on your altitude. It'll cruise very comfortably up there, and you're going to see about 180, 185 knots up in the flight levels. The advantage of being able to travel in this airplane in style, of course, is that you've got jet fuel availability just about everywhere in the world. So once you start getting an aircraft like this outside of the continental United States, finding 100 low lead fuel can be a little bit difficult. But jet fuel is available everywhere around the planet. So, and we've also, kind of dealt with that whole 100 low lead issue by having the availability to burn kerosene. We were really the pioneers in the aviation sector with pistons anyways, moving away from 100 low lead fuels. And at the time, it was a tough sell, to be honest. Trying to convince people that a diesel powered engine in general aviation was going to be the way forward. But it really, kind of took off when the environmental protection agencies and all of those groups really started focusing in on 100 low lead fuel and trying to figure out whether or not it was going to be something that was going to be sustainable into future years. So that really kind of drove the rest of our sales, and it was a very successful campaign for us. And I think it's really been accepted now that this is a good engine and a good technology and a really good sustainable way to move forward in GA. I've got quite a bit of time in the DA50 now, and I absolutely love it. I can honestly say it's probably the most stable platform that we have, and that's saying a lot considering how stable the rest of our airplanes are. But this airplane just flies along, hands and feet off. It's just straight and level. It's a great aircraft, but at the same time, it's a control stick versus a yoke in this airplane, like all of our aircraft. And you can really, really yank on it and stand it on a wingtip if you really wanted to. So it's a lot of fun to fly. This enormous propeller, this is an MT prop, obviously, and it is the largest propeller that we have on any one of our aircraft. So it has a very aggressive look to it, really thick cord, nice performance, nickel leading edge here to prevent any damage picking up any FOD from the runways. Yeah, just a big monster prop. Like the other airplanes in our lineup that are FIKI certified, this is the CAV TKS system. So it is a weeping wing. So you're weeping a glycol fluid out of the very small laser drilled holes that are in this titanium leading edge. And then of course that TKS fluid will flow back over the top of the wing and protect the entire surface. Out on the end, this is a 44-foot wingspan with this aircraft. Sometimes can be a little bit of a trick to learn how to handle around a hangar or a narrow taxiway, but once you're kind of cognizant of your wingspan and how to maneuver the airplane successfully, it's not that much of a problem. Okay. But it's also what gives this airplane its inherent stability, right? So with a long wing, lots of leverage out here. We've got the vortex generators out here, obviously, are helping keep the airflow stuck to the wing and making those ailerons as effective as possible. And then a lot like our DA40 NG program, we also have the little winglets on the end of the DA50 here. Kind of gives it an interesting flair. It gives it its unique look. This airplane has a lot of carryover from the DA62 design, with the exception of auxiliary fuel cells. In the DA62 and the DA42s, both of the auxiliary fuel tanks are in the aft part of the engine itself. So this aircraft not having that ability to carry an aux tank, it does have limited range. But we are actively working on an extended range for the DA50. So there is a design in process right now, and we haven't actually come out to say when that will be cut into our production, but it is being addressed. So this is the difference between the stab on the DA50 versus the 62. Now, this is a big wing up here. This is a little bit bigger than the DA62s. Simply has to be able to hold the weight of that nose up front. So it was a slightly different design than the 62. So additionally on the airplane, this is something that a lot of people always ask about as well, right? The flap on the seat here it's built in intentionally like this so that the pilot has the opportunity to get his feet to the floor without scuffing up the front of the seat. as you sit down, obviously this folds forward and kind of helps spread out the weight of your legs so that you don't have everything all on, kind of one spot. So as you step in, and then it folds down and forward. But if we had battery power right now, I could flip on the electric master switch, and then we have toggle switches on either side of the instrument panel here that will move the pedals, right? So one of the safety features with any Diamond is that the seats are always fixed in position, so they have no ability to slide on a track. And in the event of a crash or anything like that, your seat, if it ever came dislodged on a track and you smashed yourself into the instrument panel, these seats are actually in position, and then they're also sort of kind of reclined a little bit. So the idea is that the inertia of your body is going to drive the energy into the seat, and there's crush blocks beneath the seat to take up that energy. So it helps prevent any spinal injury in the event of you actually having a crash. So when you start this aircraft, you have an engine master switch. So you literally just pull that out and up, and then you're going to get a glow plug indication here. So this is a diesel powered engine, right? And just like any diesel vehicle, you're going to see a glow plug. And what's happening there, you've got a glow plug controller that is heating the fuel and air mixture in the cylinder. And then once the little message extinguishes, you're ready to start. It's simply just push the button, it starts like a car. So a real easy process. With this aircraft, I mean, we've got a full G1000 avionics suite. You're dealing with a single control lever, so the ECU is governing the pitch of the propeller and the fuel flows. So instead of dealing with a manifold pressure and a fuel flow setting, you're simply just setting a power, so you can just push it up and then set your power and leave it there. You can take this airplane all the way to the flight levels without having to readjust for new fuel burns and things like that. And I mean, for reference, I'm just a little bit under 6'1" at the moment. Used to be a little bit taller, but age is creeping up on me, of course. And this is a nice opportunity to kind of see how much room this aircraft actually has. So it's very spacious inside, and that's really one of the things that we boast about the DA50 and 62 models is that, the creature comfort inside the airplane is incredible. My legs are fully extended right now, and the seats, while the bases are fixed, the backs recline. So, I mean, you do have the ability to lean all the way back if you really wanted to. For the right seater in the aircraft, that becomes a nice option because you can have a nap and just enjoy the ride. And nice smooth operation. And then the airplane obviously has air conditioning and then oxygen. Like I said, this one didn't have an oxygen system in it, but the plugins for the O2 system would be right here. And then the AC comes and pours down on top of you from behind. In this airplane, the only thing that is really any different than the other aircraft is that the environmental control systems are a little bit different, so they're laid out a little bit more like an automobile would be. We're really hoping that the airplane has a lot of success in the U.S. market, and that people continue to come see it. They really like it at the shows. It's got a great ramp appeal, like we said before, and it looks like a muscle car when you're comparing it to something. That big hood and that big presence that it has. It's a really neat airplane.
Well, welcome to Aviation Consumer Live. It's part of the Best of What's New series here at Fire Crown, and I'm with John Zimmerman, CEO of Sporties. At Aviation Consumer, a series of products that have always seemed to rank among the best is these Learn to Fly series. And airline wrecks aside, you and I seem to agree that we're not in the greatest of place when it comes to quality of flight training, or at least the quality of the students that the flight training community seems to be pumping out. Did I got that right, or what do you think?
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think this is just two old guys being grumpy. I think we see the data out there that, it's easy to forget. We went through an unbelievable training boom the last 5 years. We had the COVID crash when airline pilot hiring froze overnight and furloughs took off. But then all of a sudden within, 6 or 8 months, it came roaring back. And airlines were hiring at a rate we'd never seen before. And so the flight training industry, I think, really struggled to keep up with that.
And probably, if we're being honest, some flight schools got a little more focused on speed of getting students through the process and a little less on the quality of what they were turning out. You know, there was a while there, if you got 1,200 hours and you had a heartbeat, you could get an airline job. And so all the incentives were aligned around speed over quality. And I don't need to, suggest all flight schools are bad. There's lots of excellent ones out there, but it's natural. You cut a few corners. And I think you're starting to see that a little bit with anecdotal evidence. Talk to designated pilot examiners. They say that the quality of the average applicants maybe not as good as it was 5 or 10 years ago. And that's showing up in the results too. The average pass rate for practical tests has declined on the private pilot, for example, for the last 3 years. It's not dramatic, but 3 years in a row is enough for me to think there's maybe something going on there. So I think now that the airline pilot hiring market has kind of turned a little bit, we've normalized, maybe back to a more of a normal pre-COVID trend. It's a good time for us as an industry to really think about the training we're doing and how we can support pilots to be really great, confident, safe pilots, not just meeting the minimum ACS standards.
If you were to pinpoint a deficiency, where might you start? Just back from Florida, flying around for a few days down there, flying in uncontrolled airports, and traffic patterns are just atrocious. Boy, oh boy, what a mess. Getting cut off in the traffic pattern and poor radio communications. I'm a traffic phobe, and flying down there in some of these traffic patterns, now I know why. So that's just one example of where we might be seeing some deficiencies, but what else are you seeing?
I think there's probably two that come to mind for me right away. One sort of a skills issue and one more of a mindset issue. On the skills side, I think there's a little bit of a lack of stick and rudder proficiency, and that a lot of that just comes with practice, right? Nobody's born knowing how to do a crosswind landing. And if you're trying to zoom through training as fast as you can, maybe you have a few less lessons where you're really working out the ins and outs of, nailing your airspeed on final, really being in control of the airplane when you get into the round out and flare. So I think most examiners would say that's a weak point. I think the bigger one, and I've heard this from multiple instructors and examiners, and we hear it here at Sporties, is maybe a fuzzier concept, but really important, which is the concept of being pilot in command. And really that PIC mindset that I'm in charge of this flight. I have to make all the decisions. I have to do the pre-flight planning. I have to be aggressive with the controls when I need to. I need to have my head on a swivel in the pattern. Just all those little things that add up to really being PIC. And I think that's something that maybe we're not doing as great a job of. Some of that comes with confidence. So I think there are things certainly flight schools and flight instructors can do to help that. I think that's something we try to do at Sporties as well with the home training. Just some of that PIC mindset comes from having confidence and having the knowledge that I understand the weather, or I understand how the traffic pattern works, or I know what to expect from air traffic control on the radio. And I think if you're confident and you feel like you have the knowledge, it's easier to have that strong PIC mindset. And that really does trickle down to everything in flying. So that would be my big header if we had to pick one thing.
Yeah. So how about, pilots that get more experience and then they become airplane owners? And as you know, over the years, Aviation Consumer, we've got the used aircraft guide, and part of the used aircraft guide is sifting through the NTSB rec reports. For every aircraft we cover every month in Aviation Consumer, we look at 100 of the most recent accidents that make the NTSB reports. And as you know, we cover all kinds of airplanes. And one thing that we're consistently seeing is what I think is poor judgment. From running out of fuel to just doing crazy, stupid things in an airplane. How do you teach judgment? Because that pilot gets more experienced into aircraft ownership or stepping up to more advanced airplanes.
I think that's the hard part. I think a lot of that is what you might call on-the-job training. You learn good judgment by seeing good judgment in action. It's kind of hard to get that from a book. There are certainly things that you can learn that help that in terms of the book knowledge, but a lot of that needs to come from on-the-job training. So to me, that means mentoring, and that a mentor doesn't have to be a 25,000-hour ATP. A mentor could be a 250-hour brand new flight instructor, but who's had some cross-country experience and has something to pass on. So I always encourage people to find some type of aviation mentor. And again, don't automatically look to the oldest, most experienced pilot at the airport. Just look for somebody who's down the path a couple years ahead of you, because I think there's a lot you can learn, even just flying with them. And I mean, even flying in the right seat. Some of my most educational flights as a new pilot was riding right seat, turning the radios for an experienced pilot in an airplane I had no idea how to fly, but I learned so much by watching somebody else do it. So I do think that's a culture thing in aviation we could all do a better job of, is just passing on some of that good judgment that you see in action every day when you learn from somebody who's got more experience.
Yeah, I've done the same thing, flown right seat with really good pilots, some of the best I've flown with in all the years I've been doing it. And at least some of it has stuck. At least I hope to think it is. Let's dive into some of the Sporty's products. Years and years and years, the Sporty's catalog has been coming through, and anybody that's been doing it as long as you and I have knows it's a staple in the market. But we've been watching the Sporty's training courses evolve. And as I said at the beginning, it's not just learn to fly. There's lots of specialty courses, which in Aviation Consumer, each time we review them, they're usually right up at the top. We just like them more and more the more you advance these things. Tailwheel checkout with Patty Wagstaff. Learn the secrets to safe tail dragger flying. What strikes me there is something going on in the insurance market that we've sort of been covering ad nauseum. We've got an insurance market that's targeting older pilots, and a lot of those pilots fly tailwheel airplanes. How can the tailwheel checkout with Patty Wagstaff help a pilot moving up into a tail dragger?
Yeah, here's one where it may sound like I'm contradicting what I just said, but I actually think I'm not. Here's one where a little bookwork can help. So much of tail dragger flying is tribal knowledge that's passed down, and that's great. Like I just said, mentoring is really important. But sometimes because the tail dragger is a flight instructor checkout and not a check ride, there's no written test, that can occasionally fall into the pencil whip territory, and I see mostly bad habits passed down. So I actually think a little more structured approach to tailwheel flying, as basic as it sounds, a little bit of an understanding of the aerodynamics. Why does a tailwheel airplane want a ground loop? What's that all about? What is the proper recovery from a bounce? Why is a wheel landing the right answer sometimes? There is an academic side to that I think if you understand at a gut level there, can help that tribal knowledge actually sink in. And sure, tail dragger flying, there's no substitute for going out and doing it and getting in the repetitions. But this is one where I sometimes think we shortcut the bookwork, because it's feel and it's stick and rudder, but that doesn't mean there's nothing to learn about why you're doing what you're doing. There's a lot of physics and aerodynamics there that people sort of take for granted.
Yeah. And one step further is Patty's basic aerobatics course with Patty Wagstaff, how to improve your stick and rudder skills with tips from a legend, aerobatic pilot. How'd that come to be?
We've had a great relationship with Patty. I mean, obviously somebody who needs no introduction. So when she said, hey, I want to start passing on some of my knowledge, the answer was obviously yes. Many people maybe don't realize she runs a very active flight school in Florida, teaching tailwheel and aerobatics. So she's been instructing in this for years and years and years. And we really thought there was a great opportunity to get that legendary pilot skills passed on to a broader audience. Aerobatics in particular is one. This is the ultimate example of the cliche that the cockpit of a small airplane is the worst classroom on earth. And it's true, because if you are upside down pulling 3 Gs, it's pretty hard for that to sink in. And a lot of times the best learning happens after the flight. You can go back and review it. So this is something Patty said for years, that it's really hard to make that cockpit of an extra 300 or a decathlon the classroom. And so here's one where she thought, I can demonstrate it. And we did some fun things here with 360-degree cameras and multiple camera angles. So you can, pause a maneuver. We're going to do a loop. Let's look at what it looks like when we're 90 degrees nose up. And you can pause it and you can look left and see what that wingtip picture looks like. You can look at the stick position. You can look at the instruments. And that's where slowing things down really helps. And hopefully you show up for your actual aerobatics lesson, you understand a little bit more what to expect. If nothing else, you can be a little less intimidated, a little less afraid, and maybe in a better position for some of those lessons to stick. And Patty's a fantastic instructor. I mean, people know her as an airshow pilot, but she's just got a tremendous way of teaching that is low stress and calm, but obviously fully in control at all times. So she's a fantastic instructor.
Yeah, and back to these products, real high quality. I mean, as you talked about video, 4K video, multiple camera angles, and and these aren't very expensive in the scheme of things, $150 for each one of those courses. But these courses expand into other areas, right? You've got your flight review course, which you say is a perfect course for the rusty pilot, a course for IPCs, instrument proficiency check, VFR communications for towered and non-towered airports, IFR communications, multi-engine training courses, aviation weather courses. Common theme among all these?
We just love flying and we love teaching flying. And so we don't want to restrict that to just private pilot and instrument rating. Obviously, that's our core. That's we care about that deeply. But we think one of the most rewarding things in aviation is to add new ratings and learn new skills. Some people have this goal that they're not going to get a flight review for 20 years. They're just going to keep adding ratings. And obviously, that's sometimes limited by budget or time. But I think that's really a great thing. Even if you don't regularly fly a tailwheel or aerobatics or seaplanes or gliders, you can learn an awful lot just as a Cessna 172 or a Bonanza pilot by adding those ratings. So we really care an awful lot about that. And so we're continuing to do that. We're working on some new stuff in that category right now. So it's something we really, if nothing else, it's fun. And that's why so many of us are in aviation, is to have some fun.
And last, for the What's New department here, you guys had a big announcement just a couple of weeks ago with pilot workshops, another outstanding area. How that come to be, and what advantage does that give Sporties?
Yeah, it really completes what we talked about. We want to continue to build beyond that initial training of private instrument, commercial. We really want to offer a full suite. To us, training is not an event. It's not just a check ride. It should be a habit. It should be a continuous thing that you're always working on proficiency. You're never done with proficiency. And so Pilot Workshops model is really an ongoing monthly training experience. Their IFR and VFR Mastery is their signature product. And it's a great scenario-based, interactive, monthly training product that really is all about keeping your skills sharp. It's not about a check ride or written test. It's about being safe and confident. And they're great people and they have great products. And we worked with them for a little while and decided, this is kind of a classic 1 + 1 = 3 here, that if we can combine Pilot Workshops and Sporties, then we think we've got just world-class training all the way from that initial private pilot check ride all the way through the 30,000-hour ATP who wants to stay current and proficient. It's just the perfect complement. So we're really excited about it.
And really good materials, too. One of my favorite, there's a series of manuals, Pilot Workshop manuals, and these are fairly sizable books. One of my favorites is Airplane Engines, and, the pilot-friendly manual for understanding engines. They dive really deep, and I think every pilot should own one because
I totally agree.
A lot of mystery.
We hand this out at Sporties Flying Club. We have a Club 182, and nobody flies that airplane without reading that book because it is terrific and it's loaded with graphics and it's practical. It's not, reciting the manual or the legalese. It's really hands-on practical stuff for operating the airplane better. So I'm a huge fan.
Yeah, it even goes beyond engines. How ATC really works. Pilot's Legal Guide, which is sort of interesting. Emergency strategies, IFR procedures, VFR comm. So and these manuals are anywhere from $60 to $70, and again produced to really, really high standards. Anything else in the training industry that you think we ought to talk about, John?
The only other thing I'll mention is another announcement we made recently is our partnership with Flight Schedule Pro, which really integrates our courses, especially on the primary side, with the flight school experience. So if you're training at a flight school, now you can finally connect your flight lessons and your syllabus at the flight school and all of your training events with your Sporties home study course and your flight instructor. So now we really feel like all three legs of the stool are there, your flight instructor, the student, and the school. And we know from our flight school here at Sporties, when those things are connected and you can really stay in sync with everybody, has tremendous training benefits. You save time, you save money, customers are happier, people take check rides earlier. So we're really excited about that partnership too, of finally kind of closing that gap between home study and the flight school experience.
You've been watching Aviation Consumer Live. I'm here with John Zimmerman at Sporties. John, love what you're doing. Keep doing it. And thanks for coming on to talk with us.
Thanks for having me, Larry.
Hey everybody, we're here at Sun and Fun. My name is Bo Garrett. I'm the founder of Bravo Golf. We are an aviation-inspired watch brand. The quick backstory is I was a flight instructor and always wanted a watch that was a little bit more simple and less bulky. So I decided to come up with a GMT watch. About 3 years ago, I sent a survey out to pilots on social media asking them what they wanted in a watch. And 7 weeks later, we had over 1,800 responses. As a flight instructor, I was never really able to afford an expensive aviator. And they were all often too bulky and too complex for me as well. So I thought it'd be really cool to create an alternative for pilots out there, something that's a little bit more simple, sleek, and modern, but also more affordable because you can't afford much on a flight instructor's salary. So I decided to create the Bravo Golf Discovery, and we made it with all of the highest quality material. So it is incredibly durable. It'll last you a lifetime, and it won't break the bank. And so you can check it out on our website. On our website, they're $495. Often at the shows, we sell them for $445. And we do offer a custom engraving on the case back. So if you're a pilot or if it's your anniversary, we can put the date, we can put your airman number, and that comes at no additional cost for every purchase. That's something that we love to do to personalize the watch. We really love sharing in the story of fellow pilots and just kind of, being a part of their journey, which is a big reason that I decided to start this brand. More than just a watch, I really wanted pilots to have something that would help commemorate their journey through aviation, because it's filled with so many milestones. Your first Discovery flight, which is what the Discovery is named after, your first solo, your first cross country. There's just many achievements along the way that we wanted to celebrate with pilots out there. So that's really the ethos of our brand and what we're about. We're very excited to be part of the community. To talk a little bit more about the features, the Discovery itself is a Swiss-made quartz movement. The battery lasts for 4 years, and we do offer a lifetime battery replacement. They all come with a 2-year manufacturer's warranty as well. And we often get asked, is it waterproof? And in fact, it is. It's water resistant to 100 meters. And we made it like a tank. So it's got a sapphire crystal on it. It will not scratch, chip, or dent. The only thing that cuts it is a diamond. It's encased in 316 stainless steel, which is a fancy way of saying medical grade. So the nerd knowledge behind that is that there's less carbon in it. So it'll take a lot, it won't ever corrode on you. We design, engineer, and assemble these in Ohio proudly. So we hand assemble them there, test them there. Then they ship them down to my facility in Nashville, and we ship them out from there. But we are Nashville based. We made a very simple, intuitive GMT to local conversion. So the crescent window on our watch is the Zulu time. The local is the hands, which is a little bit more intuitive and helps you to compare local to Zulu a little bit easier without having to search for the hour on the ring. Some other really cool aspects of the watch is we put X1 grade superluminova on the hands and the dial. The nerd knowledge behind that is that it's 60% brighter after 2 hours of usage versus standard grade. So if you leave it in the sun for 20 minutes, it'll last you 3 to 4 hours at night. It's really bright and lasts a really long time. The leather itself, I'm very proud of. It comes from one of the oldest tanneries in the US for the strap. The leather is actually out of Chicago, and it's made very well. It's very sturdy, and it wears to your wrist. So it becomes uniquely yours as well. So I'll share some of the stories with you that really get me excited and inspired. We had one pilot purchase the watch right before his solo, and he wore it during his solo flight, and he emailed me, and he's like, I'm never taking this watch off. It's always going to be part of my flight journey. And that's honestly why I started this. I really wanted to have something to help pilots celebrate everything that they're doing. So to earn your wings, it's a lot of passion and sacrifice. And so it's always cool to hear stories from guys who've purchased the watch and it's become part of their journey. Recently today, we just had somebody purchase one. He was an F-14 Tomcat flight instructor for the Navy, and we got to inscribe his call sign on the back of it, which was really cool. That actually happened twice. We had a Navy pilot come by and an Army pilot come by, and they both decided to put their call signs on there. So that was really awesome. About a year ago, we were actually invited by the Wright brothers family to do a limited edition watch run using the family name as part of the series. And so I was very thankful for that invitation. And I said, yes, of course. And so I spent last summer working with Stephen Wright on our Wright Brothers collection, which is available now. They'll ship in August of 2025. So we've got that project that we just completed, and we've got a few more on the horizon that we're very excited about. As I was doing research for that series, it became very clear to me that the Wright brothers would not have had the success that they did without the influence of their family. So instead of just focusing on the brothers and what they accomplished, which is in itself remarkable, we wanted to bring in the influences of their father and their sister in particular. So their father, Bishop Milton Wright, was a bishop in the United Brethren Church, and he used to travel for work, and he'd always bring his sons home a toy or something to play with from his travels. Well, one day he brought home this thing called a toy Pinot helicopter. It was this little toy that wound up with a rubber band, and it would shoot up and fly. Both Wilbur and Orville credit that toy as the early inspiration for their fascination with flight. So in honor of the bishop's influence, we came up with the Bishop watch, and it has the toy Pinot helicopter engraved on the case back itself to really memorialize his contribution to the history of flight. Catherine, their sister, was remarkable as well. She was brilliant, and she taught French and Latin to high school students, and that was always her dream. But when her brothers created flight, they created their flyer, they tried to promote it throughout Europe, but they just weren't having much success. So they invited their sister over, and she just was able to sell it to everybody. She spoke to prime ministers, heads of state, kings and queens. Her influence was so instrumental that France awarded her the French Legion of Honor alongside of her brothers for her contributions. So in honor of Catherine, we've come up with the Catherine watch, and on the back of her watch is engraved the Wright Flyer itself. So the brothers' watch is obviously inspired by the brothers, and they solved three major problems with flight, as many of you probably know. It was a problem of lift, of thrust, and of control. Lift and thrust had been largely solved by science of the day, but control was another generation away from really being understood. When people were creating flyers at the turn of the century, they often would think of them in a two-dimensional plane, like you would drive a car left and right. So they try to turn airplanes or gliders left and right in the same way. And it led to a lot of tragedy, unfortunately, a lot of deaths in the experimentation. So Orville and Wilbur did something that nobody had ever done, and they decided to study the birds. And they said, if the birds know how to turn, we should be able to figure it out. So their first trip to Kitty Hawk actually wasn't with their airplane at all. It was just to go and study the winds and how the birds floated on the wind. And after many hours out there, Wilbur actually noticed that there was a twisting pattern to the wings. And when he got back to his bicycle shop, and many of you have heard this story, he was working on a tube for a bicycle, and he was holding the box of the tire tube. And as the story goes, subconsciously, he started twisting that tube back and forth to mimic the movement of the bird's wings. And then he looked down and he realized he could do the same thing on an airplane wing. So he came up with this twisting mechanism, and he wrote it down in his journal, and it's his drawing that we actually have engraved on the case back of the brothers. So their wing warping technology was truly revolutionary and innovative for the time, and we really wanted to honor that part of their story. So you can find us, obviously, here at Sun and Fun. We're at the same booth every year, B17. We'll be up at Oshkosh, and we're going to be at the Pacific Air Show this year as well. Online, we're at www.flyBravoGolf.com. You can also find us on Instagram at FlyBravoGolf. We do many different collaborations as well. So if anybody is interested in co-branding with us, we absolutely welcome those opportunities. And we've done some of those in the past, and we're always open to some new ones. Just by way of example, we work with aero clubs, we work with other aviation brands, aircraft manufacturers. There's a number of things we can do to help you create a custom watch for your audience and for your customer base as well. So thank you again for checking us out. Again, we are Bravo Golf, and it's time to fly.
And welcome to Aviation Consumer Live. It's part of this Fire Crown Best of What's New series. But, you know, at Aviation Consumer, we're always looking for modifications and upgrades that bring value to the whatever airplane is in question. And then for this conversation, we're talking about the used turboprop market. both singles and twins. I'm talking with Edwin Black, who's with Blackhawk Aero, and last name by coincidence, I assume. Edwin, you've been around the turboprop modification market for a while now. You come from another respected modifier, Raceback Engineering. Why don't you talk about your history and what you bring to Blackhawk?
Great. Thank you, Larry. It's great to be with you. I got my start in aviation working for an engineering firm up in Seattle, Raceback Engineering, that focuses on, aerodynamic improvements for a variety of different aircraft. But their bread and butter really was the King Air, so a very popular turboprop. And that's how I got my introduction to the group at Blackhawk as well, almost 19 years ago. Which was a wonderful transition where, I learned how to improve performance by modifying the airframe. And then at Blackhawk, we have a different solution, which is to just add horsepower to the equation. And now what we've learned, there's no substitute for horsepower. If you can upgrade an engine and provide a more efficient, more powerful option, people will gravitate towards that, and that's been my history here at Blackhawk. So there's no correlation between the name. It's just a pure coincidence, as you had mentioned earlier. But for the past 25 years now, Blackhawk has been engaged in improving performance of a variety of different turboprops, and our mission at Blackhawk is really to become the preferred service and upgrade provider to the light turbine market, which we feel it's an underserved served community, particularly when you look at how aviation works. You'll get some airframes that were manufactured dozens of years ago, and they're kind of locked in. Once you build an airplane, in order to make a change to that airframe, to acquire an STC or a supplemental type certificate, it takes a lot of effort, a lot of time. And so groups like Blackhawk have been doing this for quite a while, where you'll take some of these legacy aircraft, and through that STC process, you'll bring them up to modern standards. And we're happy to announce that in that 25-year period, we've now upgraded over 1,200 aircraft just with the new engine options, let alone the hundreds that we've done other smaller modifications to. But yeah, our primary business model is to upgrade engines. We'll put bigger engines on these older airframes, but there's a lot of ancillary products that come along with that.
Yeah, we could talk about some of those products, but let's focus on engines a little bit. Like in the piston market, when you step up to the turbine market, people step up for speed and efficiency, and once you get there, of course, you always want to go faster and you want more efficiency. But the cost of turbine overhauls and engine swaps are eye-watering for folks that may not be accustomed to the turbine world. But let's take one example of a performance increase, and I'll use maybe the Cessna Conquest 1 as an example, which I think that airplane stock had PT6A-114s, which were limited to 450 horsepower. So if you take a Blackhawk engine, which may be, backstop me here, 750 shaft horsepower, flat rated, still flat rated to 450 horsepower, but it's capable of delivering that power to higher altitudes, and that means better climb and more cruise, where the older engine may start to lose power in the mid-teens. Is that an accurate assessment of what these engines do?
That's exactly right. So, and that's the first engine upgrade that we introduced to the market 25 years ago, was on the Cessna 425, the Conquest 1. And so what we did is we removed the old -112 engine, so they're Pratt & Whitney PT6A-112s, and then installed in their place the Pratt & Whitney PT6A-135A engine. So the 135As, they're a 750 shaft horsepower engine that replaced a 450 shaft horsepower engine. And so what we'll do is we'll flat rate them, like you had mentioned, which means that you'll pull 450 shaft horsepower to the moon. You're gonna climb all the way up to the flight levels and not drop off on your torque. until you reach the mid, FL 250 range or somewhere in that ballpark. And that's where you're going to be pulling a lot more torque, which of course equates into your performance. And so on the Conquest 1, for example, you'll see a 25 knot speed increase by upgrading with the 135As. And that's the one area the pilots really enjoy, as well as the climb efficiency, where you're going to get to altitude, almost 10 minutes faster than what the stock engine would deliver. And then once you're there, you're going to be cruising, 20 to 25 knots faster. So, but one of the challenges by flat rating, so we're maintaining the airframe horsepower limit of 450 shaft horsepower. So at sea level and for takeoff, for example, you're not going to see any improvement in takeoff performance because you'll be pulling, full torque at takeoff in either engine model. But like you said, as soon as you start to climb and you get up into the teens with the stock engine, you'll reach that ITT limit and you'll have to start lowering, your torque value. But with the 135As, it stays a full torque, clear up into the mid, 20,000 flight levels. So it's a phenomenal program, and we've upgraded almost 40% of the 425 fleet has the Blackhawk engine upgrade installed now in that 25-year period. So it's been a phenomenal program, and it's replicable. So you can now do that to the King Air 90 series, where we've got a great program where we'll remove the old 21s on the King Air 90s and put the 135As on using that same flat rated method. So, for your takeoff performance and, lower sea level stuff, you don't see much of a difference. But once you start to climb, the difference is jaw dropping. It's really amazing what that extra torque will do as you start to climb and get into your cruise profiles.
Yeah. So what's the STC look like for other airframes? We talked about the Conquest, but we've also got lots of other aging turboprops, including King Airs, Piper Cheyennes, and even, some of the earlier TBMs, the TBM 700s, and even earlier PC-12 Pilatus airplanes. Can we do similar things with those Pratt & Whitney engines?
We can, Larry. In fact, we have STCs, engine upgrade STCs for all of those models that you had just mentioned. And the latest and greatest one that we're working on right now is the TBM series, where we'll take a TBM 700 series aircraft, so either a 700A, B, or a C2, and put the same engine that the factory installed on the 850 series. So it's the Pratt & Whitney -66 Delta engine that replaces the old Pratt & Whitney -64 engine. And so essentially you're taking the 700 series and you're giving it the same performance as a TBM 850 aircraft, which is remarkable. And so like you had mentioned earlier, it's really a sustainability program where, if you're coming up on an overhaul in a TBM 700 series, rather than overhauling your engine and maintaining, because all an overhaul is an inspection, and, they'll go in and refurbish it, whatever needs to be replaced, they'll replace. And then that gives you another, 3,500 hours to operate before you do it again. And so our business model is rather than overhauling, put a brand new, higher horsepower, more efficient engine on in its place. And, you'll pay a premium for a brand new engine, but the return on investment is sizable as what we've learned. It's much better to go faster and get there earlier than it is to just go at your old slower speeds. So it's been a really good program for us, like through all those models you had mentioned. But the TBM, it's kind of a hot rod in and of itself, and so taking some of those 700 series aircraft and bringing them up to the 850 is a really good business proposition for our customers.
How about some of the earlier Piper turboprops? I'm talking about early gen, what was it be, the Meridian, I guess, right? Anything planned for that?
Yeah, so we don't have anything working on the Meridian right now. The Meridian has the -42A, which is an 850 shaft horsepower engine. So it's a pretty robust engine in and of itself. And so there's nothing going on with Blackhawk on the Meridian, but we do have an option for a lot of the Cheyenne series. So the Piper Cheyenne, the Cheyenne 1, the Cheyenne 2, and the 2XL, where we'll take the old engines that were certified, 20, 30, 40 years ago now. Some of those airplanes are getting a little bit older. And then we'll put the brand new 135As on in their place. And that's the other great thing, is you will still see airplanes that are 40 plus years old that are upgrading. The one thing you can't do to an aircraft is roll back the time on them. And so if you've got a lower time airframe, even if it's older, you can put some new paint, new interior, new avionics, and of course new engines, and they'll continue to provide a great service for decades to come.
Let's talk about propellers. Engines are one thing, but when I walk the ramp from the FBO to the office here in the hangar, I see some King Airs and other airplanes with some pretty big paddles on them. But you guys have got some STCs for prop upgrades, composite with a lot more blades.
We do, in fact. So that was one of the products that we divulged at Sun and Fun this year when we certified the King Air 350 with the Pratt & Whitney -67A engine program. We initially synced it together with the MT 5-bladed propeller. So for the last 8 years, that's been the only propeller option on the King Air 350 with the 67A engines, has been to use the MT 5-bladed propellers. And so over time, we'll get a lot of requests from people for the latest and greatest technology, or some variants there. So we worked closely with MT Propeller, where they just announced a new 7-bladed propeller that is now approved for the King Air 350. And of course, our engine upgrade it's approved with the stock engines, the -60 Alphas or the -67 Alphas. It's approved. And the value of adding more blades is that you can lower the noise signature and still see some improvement in climb and in cruise performance. And so that's kind of the crux of why you would go with the 7-blade series. And then we've also been working with our friends at Hartzell Propeller to add a fully composite Hartzell 5-bladed option for the King Air 350. And that's the one that we had proudly on display at Sun and Fun this year. We're still working on that STC effort. So anytime you make a change to an aircraft, it has to go through this long and vigorous STC process. And so our goal is to have the STC in hand for the Hartzell 5-bladed propeller with the Black Hawk 67A engine upgrade when we show up at Oshkosh this year in late July.
Let's talk about performance gains. Just kind of quick hitting here off the top of your head. So you take a stock King Air 200 with the Black Hawk engines. What kind of speeds does a 200 make stock right out of the factory compared to a Black Hawk conversion? What can you expect? King Air, Cheyenne, TBM, and a Pilatus. What can you cheat for speed?
I'll kind of walk you through the progression. So this is how I like to explain it when people ask about the performance. I'll tell them that, you'll take a King Air 90 for example, which is usually around a 235 knot aircraft with the old -21 engines. And when you put the 135As on, you're going to see almost a 30 knot speed increase. You'll be up in the 265 knot range. So you're essentially taking a King Air 90 and moving it up to a King Air 200 speed. And then when we take the 42 engines off of the King Air 200 and put the 52s on in their place, you'll see 300 knots true air speeds, a very common number. You can get a little bit north of that, but that's a very common number, is 300 knots in the King Air 200. So now you're taking the King Air 200 and you're moving it up to the King Air 350 speeds. And when you take the King Air 350 and you take the old -60As off and put the 67 Alphas on, you're seeing almost a 40 knot speed increase. You're going to be north of 330 knots in a King Air 350, which is now, encroaching on some jet-like speeds. And so you're just taking the airframe and bringing it up to the next level with each of these engine upgrade modifications. Now, jets, you're not going to be able to get as high with jets as you will in a turboprop and that sort of thing. And, certainly A CJ2 would be kind of a comparable speed comparison to the 350, but we always like to tell people that you're going to get jet-like performance with King Air utility with the King Air 350. There's a reason why people love the King Airs. It's all the utility you get from it, where you can take it, how much you can carry, the space in the cabin, access to airports, and then of course how far you can go. It's why the King Air's been a real staple in business and private aviation for decades, and will be for decades to come. And so that's our goal and hope, is to sustain that airframe for the fleet of operators that already enjoys it, and just to make it faster and more efficient.
Well, it's a workhorse, and evident by the modifications that are available. And one that comes to my mind is the Garmin G1000 upgrade for the 200. I had a chance to fly one at Oshkosh a couple of years ago. Now with auto throttle and auto land. So that kind of segues into my next question. Have you guys got avionics shop capability? And well, maybe back up a little bit. What does a dealer network look like? I assume that these modifications are done by an established dealer network. And what other mods can you make to, say, using a King Air as an example? You do the Black Hawk engines, and can you do a G1000 upgrade to an older King Air and modify the cockpit?
Yes, there you can. And actually, that's a great point, is as what we've learned, as we continue to develop STCs, you have to have a very solid relationship with the avionic companies. So Garmin, Collins, anytime you start to get, systems, avionic systems like G1000, whenever you put new engines on, you'll have to change some markings on the engines and that sort of thing, which requires software updates and things of that nature. And so we've worked really closely with Garmin to make sure that all of our engine upgrades are approved with the Garmin G1000 and the NXI variant. Then also with Collins on the Fusion and Proline 21, we've worked very closely with them to make sure when you do put the new engines on, you have that capability in the avionics to display the new engine markings. And so we historically used our facility in Waco, which is our R&D center. So this is where we like to develop the STCs, which takes years and quite a bit of time to get the STCs. And then our goal is to work with distributors across the world so that people can do the installations at their facilities that they're comfortable with, rather than having to fly, say, to Waco, Texas, where we're headquartered. And so we do have some factory-owned performance centers. One of them is in Missouri, one of them is in Colorado, that do wonderful work, whether it's Garmin installations, whether it's just regular MRO and phase inspections on aircraft, or engine upgrades and other airframe modifications as well, like the Raisbeck kits or BLR kits. We're a full service and MRO facility, and can help customers upgrade, or customers are welcome to use any of our authorized distributors as well across the world.
Well, before I turn you loose, I thought maybe we chat just a bit about what you're seeing in the aftermarket, the retrofit world, and I think more importantly, the used turboprop market. As we've seen in the piston market, prices have been higher than we've ever seen resale on all kinds of airplanes. But what's the climate looking like in the turbine world, from far as you could tell? Is it real strong? Is it starting to level out? You've been doing this a long time. What do you see?
Yeah, we're seeing very robust growth still in the turbine, the light turbine market. If you were to go purchase a new aircraft, a new King Air or a new PC-12, something of that nature, there's a long wait list. You could wait a year or more to take delivery of a new aircraft. And so with that kind of demand in the turboprop, and you could call it the post-COVID surge, which really had people gravitate towards private and business aviation. People want to get places. They want to get places safely and quickly. So private and business aviation has really flourished here the last 3 or 4 years, and we haven't seen much of a slowdown in those 4 years. There's strong demand for all of the engine programs that we offer right now. We're backlogged on most. Some of them are backlogged a couple months. Others are backlogged up to a year. So we always try to work with operators and let them know, plan ahead. If you're coming up on a maintenance event, a TBO event on engines, call us well in advance so that we can make sure we could schedule an installation without having some delays associated with that. So that's been one of our challenges with the last several years, is just trying to meet the demand with engines. Now there's also been some supply chain shortages, so we're having a harder time getting engines from Pratt & Whitney, for example. There's just tremendous demand for lift, and particularly in the light turbine world right now. And we haven't seen that shift much. And even in light of all the tariff talk that you're hearing about right now, and that's very concerning to us, because all of the engines that we purchase are from Pratt & Whitney Canada. So, we were really monitoring that situation real closely with the tariff situation. And so we were pleased to announce and let people know that there are no tariffs on new engines coming out of Canada right now, as they qualify under the existing USMCA agreement. So that was a real an unnerving moment for us, where we didn't quite know what was going to happen. And so as we start to get some normalcy with the tariff situation, that's going to help us as well. But it does cause some ripple effects through the economy, where people are uncertain, and when you have that uncertainty, we're really cautious and watch, are people going to stop flying? And we just haven't seen that right now. People are still using their aircraft, and as if they're flying, there's a strong correlation with upgrades. If people are using their aircraft, they're going to be putting new engines on.
And where can viewers learn more about Black Hawk in general? On a website, I assume?
Yeah, we have a website, blackhawk.aero. You can go there and view all of our product offerings. That's probably the best place to go and look and get in contact with us through our website.
And you'll be at AirVenture showing off some aircraft?
We will. We'll have a couple aircraft showing off. We'll have the TBM, which will have the STC in hand for the TBM 700 series. And then we're going to have a King Air 350 with the 67A engines installed. And hopefully it will have the Garmin Auto Throttle Auto Land installed on that as well. That's what we're working on right now, is having that option expanded to the King Air 350 series, which we're really close. We're right at the goal line on that.
Well, you've been watching Aviation Consumer Live. I'm with Edwin Black at Black Hawk. Edwin, thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Larry. Have a great day.
Hi, I'm Chuck Wade, Senior Vice President of Sales, Marketing, and Customer Excellence at Enstrom Helicopter Corporation. Enstrom is here at Sun and Fun only 2 weeks after some announcements at VAI, connecting with our customers on our 480B Elite. 2025 is quite a year for us. We've had a little down with owner change. We're coming back though, and we will start delivering aircraft in Q3 of 2025, starting with the 480B Elite. What's making the 480B Elite a little unique from previous versions is we have done some avionics work and added some interior options along with exclusive paint jobs from a gentleman by the name of Dean Laux out of northern Indiana. So the 480B Elite comes fully loaded with autopilot, air conditioner, and exclusive paint work and interior, all for one price. When Mr. Surak bought the company, one of his goals was to have an aircraft that's easy to learn, easy to fly, and easy to acquire. That's why we did this 480B Elite. To complement that though, we also know that the 480B has found a lot of use in the training market and military training market. So we still going to continue with our straight 480B line as well, offering that as a military trainer around the globe. We currently are in somewhere around 50 countries or a little bit more, serving as a helicopter trainer for those governments. And then we also have a mid-range package that we're calling the 480B Signature, which includes a nice paint job, nice interior, but then your autopilot and your air conditioner can be added on as options. Big one for us this year, in addition to us starting to deliver aircraft in Q3, is we have a big pursuit going on with the U.S. military. The U.S. Army is looking for a replacement in their initial entry rotor wing program. So we're engaged with the industry in trying to work to pitch our helicopter. The 480B actually was originally designed as a military training helicopter. And because it's ease of use and because it works so well in training, it's adapted well into that owner-flown market as well, which is what has really led us to this 480B Elite. The glass avionics includes a Garmin G500 TXI with a Garmin G750 TXI, so total touchscreen, latest technology. We've also included a HOWL engine indication system, which also includes with it the crew alerting system, which gives you a really good look and total glass, nice technology, really ready for the future and anything that you might want to use it for. The 480B interior. We have gone to a custom interior for the 480B Elite. As you can see with this copper and blue, it really pops in this configuration. And with the custom stitching, we can design a style that you prefer. But this is something that you don't find in today's helicopter. And again, when Mr. Surak bought the company a few years ago, we told you that he was looking for something that's easy to learn, easy to fly, and easy to acquire. Additionally, Mr. Surak wanted some style in his helicopters, and that's what led us to these customized interiors. Additionally, we will be adding some other features as well as the interior to kind of give it that real high-end look that a lot of people find in their luxury cars. We wanted to match their expectations. You'll also notice in our interior, it's very flexible. Right now, the configuration you see as a part of this is what we call in a 5-seat configuration. And that means we take what is typically the co-pilot seat and we move it inward so that we can roll down the back seats. Now, in a dual control system, if you're in a pilot instructor configuration, or if you are just simply wanting to fly with 2 pilots, dual controls is easily, it's about a 5-minute reconfiguration. The right seat in the back folds up. We move that chair over one, and you can put your cyclic and rudder pedals in and your collective. It's about a 5-minute changeover. That creates a very versatile interior. It is kind of one of the things that the Enstrom has is the visibility from the interior. With the single cabin configuration, it does initially look a little snug, but honestly, it gives all your passengers maximum visibility out the front. The style is very important to us with this 480B Elite. We want our customers to really have that feel like they get when they step into their sports car or their other recreational vehicles. And we have a number of items that we're still working on to kind of give it that next level. But this is really unique to the helicopter market. Many times you see helicopters are really more intended to be that workhorse and really do a lot of different jobs. And so Mr. Surak's vision was to create a helicopter that was more for the recreational flyer, that had some style to it. And that's what we're addressing here. And we've had really good response here at Sun and Fun. Everybody has been very impressed. A lot of pictures have been taken. It is certainly something that you're not seeing, and it'll help us differentiate.
Now, are these specific visors here on the top?
They are slightly tinted. We do not have visors right now. It is something that we're looking at adding to cut the sun out a little bit. That's something unique about an Enstrom too, is that our pilot in command is actually in a left seat. So when you look at the film and you see the configuration as it's set up, it's because we do have pilot in command in the left seat. Now, when we talked a little bit about the Army pursuit, the IERW, the initial entry rotor wing that the Army is looking at, again, I'd like to say the configuration that we have, and the reason why we say this is really purpose-built for that, is when you do have the dual control configuration, the observer sits in this middle seat. Our value proposition to the Army is that's the observer. That observer is totally engaged in what is going on in the training session. So, in addition to the 480B turbine version, we'd also make a 280 FX Shark that has a 4-cylinder Lycoming turbocharged engine with 225 horsepower. Really nice aircraft for training or for your pleasure. It really is another versatile helicopter. And again, what comes with a lot of paint job options and interior options, just like the 480B. The 280 also has a glass panel with the same G500 TXI and the G750 TXI. Very, very common, easy to transition from one helicopter to the other, and for that natural transition. So if you're interested in a 480B or a 480B Elite, please contact us at Enstrom Helicopter. We'd love to engage, and we're ready to work some deals.
Bending, kneeling, twisting, contorting. Sound familiar? Meet your new wingman. Introducing the 18-volt Powerlift Creeper from Aero Creeper, designed to save your neck and your back. Born from pilot and mechanic feedback and built on the success of our original and deluxe models, the 18-volt Powerlift Creeper delivers next-level comfort, access, and efficiency. With an 18-volt motor powered by the Milwaukee M18 battery system and adaptable to other brands, you can lift up to 350 pounds with zero strain and total control. Whether you're changing oil, inspecting gear, or detailing hard-to-reach places, this Creeper adjusts to your ideal working altitude. Heavy-duty casters lock where you need them, and every detail is crafted for comfort, including a padded headrest and a wide tipping seat. Want even more convenience? Add a tool tray, cup holder, or custom casters to match your hanger setup. Because your Creeper should work as hard as you do. Proudly built in the USA, each Aero Creeper is made in our Utah factory using premium steel, fabric, and components, backed by a manufacturer's warranty. It launched online in December, made waves at Sun & Fun, and it's cleared for an official debut at AirVenture 25. Ready to make maintenance a breeze? The Aero Creeper 18-volt Powerlift is the only Creeper you'll need. Visit AeroCreeper.com to order yours today. Your airplane and your back will thank you.
The best of what's new, supported by Aero Creeper and presented by Flying Magazine, now with battery power. It was fun to watch people try that Aero Creeper out at Sun & Fun. And wow, that Enstrom 408B, how cool. I think as a fixed wing pilot, I'd really feel it right at home on the left side of that helicopter. And then those Bravo Golf watches were really neat to see, the ode to the Wright brothers, and that Zulu time would be quite helpful. Let's switch gears now and get into the future of aviation with some pioneers in science and technology. Electrically powered aircraft coming up in the program on the best of what's new. But right now, let's talk virtual reality in flight training. I play games in the metaverse, and to have that precise and efficient flight training in virtual reality, that would be a game changer. Loft Dynamics showcased their Airbus H145 virtual reality simulator at Verticon in Dallas last March. And in this next segment, editor Ryan Ewing chats with two companies working on a new partnership. Fabian Raisin with Loft Dynamics, followed by Pasha Saleh with Alaskan Airlines. And they're going to share how they're using virtual reality technology to enhance and better flight training for not just airline pilots, but for flight instructors and pilots like you and me.
All right, Fabi, thanks for coming in and joining us here. Can you give us your title and talk a little bit about the company?
Sure, yeah. I'm Fabi Reason, right now CEO of Loft Dynamics and one of the founder since day one in all that fantastic journey with a great team.
That's great. That's great. So last week, or maybe even 2 weeks ago now, you all had a very big announcement here in the U.S. partnership with Alaska on a new VR 737 simulator. Can you talk a little more about that?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, indeed. It's a gigantic step we are doing. You know, Loft Dynamics entered the market by basically introducing virtual reality in qualified FSTDs, flight simulator training devices. And we start doing that, first of all, under EASA, the European authority in the helicopter market. We expanded to US with FAA, also got the qualification there in the helicopter market. And now we make the step into the fixed wing market. And those are basically two gigantic steps. First of all, I mean, fixed wing is large, it's huge, it's a business which is different than the helicopter market. As well, we are introducing what we call the multi-crew using virtual reality. So it's going to be a gigantic step in regards of technology, but we are looking forward to it.
So is this, do you have partnerships with other airlines, or is this your first major airline partnership that you've signed?
It is correct. I mean, Alaska Airline, as usual, always first. I mean, you know it from history and so on. It's the first partnership. We've been able to do so, but we are super eager and totally open for further partnerships because, you know, the problem we are addressing is not like a unique problem for Alaska Airline. It's a big problem in regards of pilot shortage, of being more efficient so we can build resilience. I'm not saying, to be very clear, I'm not saying we should change anything, but we just should make it possible that really pilots can use the time they have to spend in a very efficient way. And from that point of view, it's also another part, the demographic change on the pilot community. I mean, it's new generations are getting in. It's not so cool anymore, like in my age, where everyone at primary school was for sure to become pilot person. So from that point of view, it's quite a challenge in the aviation industry to maintain, to have excellent pilots. Plus, I mean, everyone knows sooner or later, eVTOLs are entering the market, needs even more pilots. So from that point of view, it's right now the latest time to bring in some innovative things to make better and more efficient tools for the flying instructors and the pilots.
Got it. So talk a little bit about, you know, what does this look like to a pilot, right? They're an Alaska Airlines pilot, and for example, you know, they bought a Hawaiian, but they're obviously going to fly, you know, the 737. What does it look like? Is it a headset? Is it full motion? Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, sure. So I mean, first of all, we just different in the helicopter market. I mean, in the helicopter market, pilot, they were not used to go into simulators for the training. That's also where we have very high accident rate. In fixed wing market, all the pilots are already used to use simulators. I mean, for those which know how they look like, we basically do have a full-blown cockpit with all the buttons and the switches and the avionics in it. And then looking outside, there is what is called like this dome projection. So there are video projectors which are projecting the outside view, and that needs a lot of space. In addition, if we have this whole cabin together, we also need to have 6 degrees of freedom motion underneath, so the whole bubble needs to move. So at the end, we are in a 3-story building size, and so on. Now, what's going to change for the pilot? Basically nothing from all the capabilities. So we still have all the buttons and the switches. So you have touch screens, you have everything, and you can operate them. I mean, they are real. You have the full haptic. What we actually do is we replace this gigantic dome projection, and by replacing this gigantic dome projection, we are having a couple of new possibilities. So first of all, we remove the size. So there is no 6-7 meter diameter dome projection either anymore. We just have the VR glasses. Second thing is we get much higher quality from a visual system point of view, because if you have a projector projecting the outside view and the pilot is moving the head a little bit, it stays projected. So in a way, like in our interview, if I'm just not moving and you move the head, I'm not going to move like this. But if you will be in the room with me and you will move, you would see that my body is moving in with the background. It's actually a visual system which is not only big, it's actually wrong. It's not representing the real aircraft. Now, what's also added in the visual system is you have a 360 view, so there is no limitation anymore on the side. So in all direction the pilot is looking. So it's going to be quite a nice improvement. And now what we actually do is we separate the haptic from the visual. That means those things I don't need to touch. They don't need to be there. They can only be visual, which gives much more possibilities. Now, in the setup, yes, same like on the traditional full flight simulators, we also have 6 degrees of freedom motion system. It's actually much faster, much more agile. We had to do that in the helicopter market to be closer to flight data, and we just proceed now with them in the fixed wing world as well, because we don't have anymore this gigantic balloon to balance, which is from a physics point of view very challenging. We have now everything embedded in the motion platform, and the cabin is having the same size. So you can have you have 2 pilots side by side. You can have instructors, observers, and so on. But we don't need that dome projection anymore. And the very, very last thing which is changing is, in order to board a traditional full flight simulator, there were like those bridges. And then you can walk in, bridge needs to go out, and then the motion system starts to move. In our case, we just get it down to the floor and you walk in, so no need for a bridge anymore. Which is, ballpark is like 4 times less square feet or square meters, and 3 times less in the height. So it's basically volume based. It's 12 times less what you need there.
So airlines, Alaska, I know for a fact, included, they spend tens of millions of dollars on these big full motion simulators, like you said, the ones with the bridges. Where does this technology sort of fit into that? Is it complementary or is it supplementary?
Well, time will show. What I want to say with that is, from Loft point of view, we are sure it's going to be the next generation of simulators, and it's not going to happen today. It's not going to happen tomorrow, but maybe the day after tomorrow. What I mean by this is the capabilities are all there, and a lot of additional capabilities. So we are not making any compromise to what was there before. Second, we will have much more capabilities which are actually helping the flying instructor and pilot to get much more out of the simulator. And like simulator time is always quite limited. Yeah, and also like it's very timed. Sometimes people need to fly at 2 o'clock in the morning to get a simulator slot and so on. Think about this is not needed anymore because the availability and accessibility is there. I mean, just like with the H125 helicopter, which we qualified back in 2022, we have now already 25 times more training capabilities. Now, is it the oversaturation of the market? No, it is not. It is just like allowing to have it in a much easier way. So that's basically something we believe is going really to. I mean, it could be in the first phase complementary, but at a certain moment it's going to replace them. We are sure.
Got it. So, you talk about, Yoshi made a really good point. A big constraint, especially during COVID, but even now it's still a factor, was sim time and these airlines being able to get pilots in the simulators. And like you said, some of them have to fly at 2 a.m, which for an airline pilot isn't uncommon, but it's sort of inconvenient. Do you think this technology, as you roll it out, with Alaska and maybe some other airlines, can really help ease that constraint?
Yeah, for sure, because already from a space point of view, which is needed, from an operation point of view, from a cost point of view, it's going to be less than what it was before. And from that point of view, it is already allowing, with just maintaining same price tag, it's allowing to give much more training capabilities. So this is definitely helping to that. And we also go in the direction that what we call the home training kit. I mean, you saw that also in the announcement. It's basically having a VR headset you can use at any place, which is using same software. So you can do your preparation at any place in the hotel room, replacing the former carports and so on. But you can also do your debriefing using that technology, because we completely separated the physical, the haptics from the visual, and with new possibilities, you can theoretically also join an ongoing fly session with such a headset, be virtual in the cockpit because people see each other, and then jump out for doing another task. So the flexibility is going to be much nicer there, because the whole idea is not to reduce cost and get less hours or whatever. It's actually to solve the problem from the shortage we are having, and don't make any compromise in a way like, okay, we don't have we don't have available accessibility of an FSTD, so let's try to reduce it. That's not the idea. Let's make it possible. That's basically the approach we are doing.
Got it. Now, so you talked about, for your helicopter side, you have EASA and FAA approval or certification, I guess. Is that the case with fixed wing too? Or are you all still working to get FAA approval for that?
Yeah, well, I mean, we just started with the whole project, so we don't have any product out yet. So I mean, with the announcement, we started this, but yeah, we fully dedicated to get it through. The nice thing is that from a qualification point of view, whether it's a fixed wing or a helicopter, it's no big difference. And also the nice thing is that typically helicopters are a little bit more tricky and a little bit more challenging to go there. So I'm confident that the team is going to manage that as any other new product we are getting out in the market.
That's great. So talk a little bit about, I guess my last question for you would be, what's the roadmap look like for the 737 simulator and
and actually getting it into the hands of Alaska's pilots?
Yeah, this is a very good question, and I mean that's basically also like I would say call to action, because back in 2019, where we had the idea to get a helicopter FSTD qualified using VR technology, there were a lot of papers and speculation. It's not possible to do so because I cannot operate the cockpit. Well, then let's find a solution to it. Or we will not get a helicopter pilot using a simulator at all. And there were a lot of theories, and I think there are millions of reasons why it didn't work out. But there is only one reason: is like, okay, let's stick on what we have in regards of regulations and standards. Execute it with the new technology as a product and get the pilots on it. And we do exactly the same, like what worked out perfectly in the helicopter market, also with fixed wing. What does it mean? We are right now building the 737 and the 320. We call it an MVP, which is like a minimum viable product. That means it's not the final product we immediately qualify. But that's a full-blown simulators. And right now we already have a couple of airliners which subscribed. So what they will do is they will send their entire crew with their syllabus and training thing onto that. And in there, what we are doing there is we are happy to identify all gaps to do so. But we also discover together new opportunities. And last but not least, we collect the data, which afterwards will be used for the product to qualify it. And it's I would say a very typical approach if we are entering something new, is not making like a top-down thing and then just push it forward. Let's get the end user into it. This is always the part which is I think the most successful. Listening to the end user, and by this I mean the pilot students and the flight instructors. It's going to be very, very important to have them on board. Making the jump back to the helicopter world, think about having a helicopter pilot from Air Samad who already flown more than 16,000 hours in an aircraft. You will not get this guy in a simulator. And I mean, hearing the word simulator, I mean, they were like, whoa, like this and so. And in the meanwhile, this changed. And it changed because we've been focusing on the end users. And I mean, all of a sudden they realized, okay, I first of all was never to do that in the real helicopter because there is no chance to do such things. I mean, like in a real aircraft, you can only simulate certain malfunctions, but the real malfunctions you can do in a simulator. So that's the part there. And the moment this is understood and realized, it's going to be very interesting. And I mean, think about if the simulator, away building accessibility for the airliners, are now a little bit easier than it is today. All of a sudden, it could be quite interesting, like if whenever an occurrence was or an incident or whatever accident has happened, I mean, just let's load that in a mission and every pilot can do it. And I mean, that's, I think, the right way to do so. Think about if a pilot in FAA, it's 1,500 hours. If a pilot having accomplished his 1,500 hours and to go in the real cockpit, if that pilot already made all malfunctions on the specific aircraft, already flown and managed all previous accidents in the whole aviation industry. I mean, those are really pilots we want to have in future. And that's basically the mission Loft Dynamic is having.
That's great. That's great. Well, Bobby, thanks so much for talking to us. It's really neat technology. Looking forward to seeing it in action soon.
Really appreciate it. Thanks for your interest, and yeah, hope to have you soon to try it out in person on one of our simulators. Thanks a lot.
All right, great discussion there with Fabian. Next, we have Pasha from Alaska Airlines who's going to talk about the technology, but how it's going to be used in their line operations. All right, Pasha, thanks for joining us. Why don't you talk a little bit about your title and what you do at Alaska?
Yeah, it's great to be here. So I'm head of corporate development for Alaska Airlines. I'm also a pilot for Alaska Airlines on the 737 fleet. And what I did is help start the venture capital arm for the airline. So we've been around for over 90 years. And about 4 years ago, we decided to start looking at and investing in startup companies that are going to drive the next 90 years of technology that we need to be involved in.
That's great. So, before I talked to you, I talked to Fabian from Loft about this new sim technology you all are partnering to roll out. What made Alaska want to go out and be the first U.S. airline to make a meaningful investment in this?
Yeah, so if you really look into the history of our airline, it's probably not that surprising that we would be the first. We have been the first to do some of the most cutting edge technology innovations that end up becoming sort of de facto standards worldwide. So one of the ones that we'd like to talk about is we were the first airline to sell a ticket on the internet. Also the first to use GPS to guide airplanes, moving away from terrestrial navigation. So some really big innovations have come from our airline. And so I think you could say it's in our DNA to be looking for what's the next thing that's not a fad, but something that's going to drive a meaningful paradigm shift. And Loft jumped out at me again. I've been flying planes since I was 14 years old. I spent a lot of my life in simulators. The existing ones are fantastic. It's incredible what they can do. But I could see very clearly that this is representing the next horizon of what pilot training could be. And I was lucky enough to have a leadership team that believed in that vision.
It's great. So, as you look at this product, can you tell us a little bit more about how it will work and how it will integrate into your current pilot training curriculum?
Yeah, so it's important to understand that it doesn't yet exist in the sense that Loft simulators are helicopter simulators. So the first step is to develop a fixed wing version of this, and that's a non-trivial task. We're talking about multi-crew aircraft. Helicopters have a single pilot. So how do I represent the other pilot as an avatar, and how do I interact with that person? And once that's all worked out, it's going to mean we could theoretically train at great distances. You and I could be a flight crew operating a flight from different parts of the world with an instructor that's yet in a third location. So the possibilities are really exciting, but there's still a lot to be developed. Once it's working, the first step that we see is using it as supplemental training. So this is not going to alter our training footprint or the curriculum that we have endorsed by the FAA and with our pilot union. It's going to be supplemental. So take me, for example. I'm a line pilot for Alaska, but I've been on leave running a venture capital fund. And so what better way to knock rust off that's, again, you're not getting, say, training credit for it right away, and it's not taking away from any other training event. Or if you're a pilot that's been out on a medical leave, or just, let's say, our operation is very diverse. We can, on a given day, you could be flying a 737 across to Hawaii or landing on an icy runway in an uncontrolled airport in Alaska. If you haven't done, let's say, that latter kind of flying, you could go into a Loft sim, this is the way we see it, and just brush up on it. Again, just for your own supplemental training. That would be the first use. And then over time, working with the FAA, working with our unions to start taking credit for actual training tasks that are part of our footprint. But that's much further down the road.
Got it. So it seems like these Loft sims that you all are talking about might be a little, smaller and more compact than the large multi-million-dollar, full motion sims that can be deployed at various locations around the country where, your pilots are based.
Exactly. So that's one of the major appeals of the technology is the footprint, the cost, the fact that we can have more of them, more distributed in different places, closer to where the pilots actually reside. If you think about how major airlines train their pilots, we all operate from a principal headquarter hub, and we have to bring all of our pilots back to that hub every year. In our case, 3 days a year, every pilot, we have over 4,000 pilots now at the airline, have to be flown back, and they live all over the world. And so that is displaced revenue of passengers that we could be carrying. That's hotel rooms. That's an additional cost burden. It's disruptive for the pilots. If you could do some of that training, right where you're based. And like I said, you could do it with a distributed crew where the other person is clearly clear in another part. That's a big part of the appeal. The units themselves, as you alluded to, are physically a lot smaller. It's interesting to look at the evolution of this stuff. I've been flying long enough now that I remember my very first revenue airline flight. I trained for that airplane in the actual airplane. It was an ATR 42 at Continental Express Airlines in 1997. And I never forget the shock. It was actually a feeling of shock coming out of ground school. It was in Lafayette, Louisiana, 2:00 in the morning. And I'm seeing an ATR for the first time. And it looked huge. It was dark and intimidating. And I thought, I'm going to fly this actual airplane empty. Well, yeah, because it's flying passengers all day. There was no sim, level D sim for it at the time. And so you're going to fly an empty airplane. Well, first of all, it's not the safest thing to do. You don't want to screw up in a real airplane. It's 2 a.m. and you're tired. And so watching that evolution to go to now you have level D sims for every kind of airplane, even really obscure ones, much less the ATR. And now I feel like in the same way that we went from training in the physical aircraft to training in these level D sims, the next shift is going to be training virtually and in the cloud and in VR.
Got it. So you all are going to have a bigger pilot workforce soon as contracts worked out. You got Hawaiian coming into the mix and that sort of thing. So you all really looking at, or expecting, I guess, some pretty good efficiencies from these loft sims.
Yes, I mean, our fleet type complexity has just dramatically increased. We went from being a Boeing, when I joined the airline about 8 years ago, we had predominantly Boeing airplanes. We'd really recently acquired Virgin America, so we had 68 or 70 Airbus, and that was creating a lot of drag, just operational drag, having this mixed fleet. And then we went back to a single fleet of Boeing, and now we've introduced wide bodies, Airbus. We got a lot of complexity, and so that is a challenge on the training department too. So that's a role that we could see loft sims playing in. There's just so much possibility here, and it's exciting to for once in an industry where not a lot of change happens. If you look at airplanes today, they look a lot like they did in 1959 when the 707 was flying. They're more efficient, certainly, but not a lot of fundamental change. And so this is one of those moments where the potential for what could be done is very exciting.
Gotcha. So, as I know the sims they're not real yet from a fixed wing and the fixed wing side, but what's the timeline look like for you all to kind of get these into motion?
Well, in the next 2 years, I'd expect that we'd have a device that we're using and evaluating in our center. I think Fabi is probably going to say something sooner than that. We hope sooner than that, but I think call it 18 to 24 months. I would expect we have a device that's in an evaluation mode where we can try it out, see what tasks it lends itself to representing right out of the gate, and then start building familiarity with it. I mean, this is really, again, cutting edge stuff. So it's hard to make any predictions about it, but we were so impressed with the way they were able to go from something that literally was developed in one person's living room. If you've seen the whole story of Loft, it's tremendous. To being certified in Europe and in the United States. That happened in a shockingly short amount of time, which just speaks to the strength of that team on all levels, not just their engineering genius, but their ability to navigate complex regulatory and certification hurdles. We do think that the step or the leap, we might want to call it, to fixed wing commercial ops is again non-trivial. It's a real challenge, but I have total confidence that this is the right group working with us. And that's another thing I want to underscore is what we're doing with them is more than just a financial investment. We're lending a lot of our expertise. We have one of the most sophisticated flight training programs in the world. Our director of simulator operations is the best in the business, without exaggeration, and he's dedicating himself and resource to spending time on the ground with Loft, shaping this product. So this is not just a vendor producing something and it sort of kind of meets our specification. We're designing it to our needs, and we think, like we did with e-ticketing and the GPS navigating and all those things, it'll eventually become something where people say, "Can you believe people used to train in these giant devices that were the size of a garage?"
Yeah. So, Fabian kind of touched on this too, but I'd be curious to hear your thoughts about the regulatory side of this. I know it's not in existence yet, but how are you all feeling about the regulatory side of getting this, the fixed wing simulator approved by the FAA?
Yeah, so you'd have to speak to my colleague, managing director of pilot training for that one. But there is a process. There's a national simulator program we work very closely with. We have our FAA representatives that do every single change or recommendation to change of our training program is done, lockstep with FAA. I'm less close to the details on that, but you can be sure that any way that this program ends up impacting our training program will be done, completely with the support of the FAA.
Gotcha. And my last question for you, Pasha, like I mentioned earlier, bigger pilot workforce, as things start to integrate. And, there's always the big announcements that come out of new routes and all that stuff. But from the pilot training side and from the venture side of the house where you work, what can we kind of expect in this, newly minted Alaska Air Group, per se, in the next year or so?
Oh, you can expect a lot of exciting things, new routes. What will stay the same is our commitment to guest care. I think that is what Alaska's always been known for. We just care more, and you're going to see that same level of care. Hawaiian Airlines was also very synergistic with us. It's also an airline that's really known for its service, and we both serve communities that our namesake states we're very committed to those communities. So none of that will change. You'll just see a much more exciting route network, more opportunities for our guests to connect to the rest of the world. I think you'll see us outgrow the regional sounding name that we have. You'll see in Alaska Airlines our Hawaiian branded airplane in some corner of the world that you might not expect to see it. So all that's really exciting. On the technology side, we're just going to be continuing to look for investments and opportunities like we found in Loft. This has got to be one of the most exciting ones for me personally. And I think just to pivot back real quick to the potential for Loft, you have so many, the environment for pilot training, it's not going to get less regulated. We're not going to see a reduction of how much training, but can the quality be improved? And that's where we really feel confident is today, simulators are so expensive. You have to use them 18, 20 hours a day to really amortize that cost. And so as a pilot who's going through training, you're lucky if you get to see an event twice. And most things you get to see once and you move on to the next thing. If you can reduce the cost of that simulator and get it spread out throughout your network, then you have the luxury of replaying things over and over until they become rote. Things like these accidents we've seen, unfortunately, in the airspace recently, you can recreate that exact scenario and have a pilot train it half a dozen times, 20 times, because the cost point is so different now. And so I think it's just really exciting to be part of that future.
That's great. That's great. Thanks, Pasha, for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Thanks, Pasha. Thanks, Fabian, for coming and joining us to talk about this new technology that will be launching the next couple of years here at Alaska Airlines. Stay tuned for more Best of What's New.
Wow, I'm really excited for flight training to take on this virtual reality technology. Super exciting. And I'm ready for a demo flight. The Best of What's New is possible because of our sponsors. I want to shout out Aero Creeper, Blackhawk Aerospace, Pilot Communications, Avionics, the National Championship Air Races, and the Ronald McDonald House Charities. And speaking of demo flights, to wrap up the Best of What's New today, I want to talk about electric-powered aircraft. I had the opportunity to go to Vero Beach and fly the H-55-powered Bristol B-23 Energic aircraft. They're working on several different projects to retrofit their batteries into the different types of aircraft, my favorite being the E-Beaver, the first all-electric de Havilland Beaver with Harbor Air in Vancouver. But I went to Vero Beach to check out this new technology and got to fly the Bristol B-23 myself. It's usually a piston or, it's a light sport aircraft, I should say, but they've retrofitted the batteries into it, and it was so quiet. With no roaring engine in front of you, you can have an easy conversation. You don't need noise-canceling headsets, and it was incredibly easy to fly. So I'm super excited to share the piece that I got to cover with H-55 in Vero Beach and introduce the team to you.
Hi, my name is Gregory Blatt. I'm one of the co-founders of H55. I'm also the mission director for Across America. I'll come back to Across America in a second. Let me tell you a little bit about H55. H55 is the technological legacy of Solar Impulse. Solar Impulse was an electric airplane powered by energy from the sun, so in essence a hybrid airplane, that flew around the world in 2015, 2016. The airplane covered 48,000 kilometers with one pilot on board. We did flights that lasted anywhere from 1 to 5 days. We have one of the co-founders, Andre Borschberg, holds the record for the longest solo flight in the history of mankind, and it was done on renewable energy. So we understood in Solar Impulse was not a commercial project. It was really to show what was possible with technologies at that time in terms of renewable energy and clean technologies. Now, you can't cheat with an airplane. It either flies or it falls out of the sky. It didn't fall out of the sky in our case. We went around the world with the airplane. Then we realized the efficiency of these electric propulsion systems. And that's where we had the idea of creating H55. So Andre Borschberg, Sebastian Dumont, who was the CTO at Solar Impulse, and myself, we created H55, which builds, designs, certifies, and produces certified electric propulsion systems. What is an electric propulsion system? Electric propulsion system is the motor on one side, the whole drivetrain, the gearbox, the propeller. On the other side is the power and energy management, and the middle, it's the batteries. What used to be called gas, now it's in batteries. And that whole system is the electric propulsion system. We build these systems for OEMs, for airplane manufacturers, for operators, and for component manufacturers. So we have different type of applications with different types of clients in Canada, in the United States, and in Europe. What we're seeing behind me is the B-23 Airline Geeks. It's a two-seater general aviation flight trainer. BRM, the manufacturer, based in Czechoslovakia, produces about 150 of these airplanes, mostly to flight schools and general aviation centers. And we do the electric version of this. The B-23 combustion is in the process of finalizing its certification in the United States, and we will follow in the United States in about a year and a half. So we have to remember that we're starting with a new technology, right? So this is, as we certify in the same process, we're educating the regulators about this new technology, which is actually great because it brings us very close together. And what's also great is that we have, although the approach may be different on how they certify it, there's a lot of cooperation, exchanges, sharing of knowledge between the FAA and EASA and Transport Canada as well. As a matter of fact, H55 has been invited on several occasions by the FAA to do white papers to explain the differences in approaches on certification. Where are we? We will have all our qualified testing done on our batteries by this summer. We cannot certify batteries alone, but all the testing and all the qualifications will be met. And by this time next year, we should be certified in Europe, in EASA, and then a year from then into the United States. So we can start seeing these airplanes flying in the United States by mid-2027.
Hi, I'm Kristen Jern. I am the North American Sales Manager for H55. H55, as you may know by now, is the spin-off of the Solar Impulse project back from 2015. As a pilot, I'm super excited to be working amongst a deeply talented team. This is 30 years of genius behind electric propulsion that makes up the H55 power plant. With the Bristol B-23 Energic, this is our first partnership launching and proving interest in the US market and North America that there is a want for cleaner, quieter aviation. Our newer generation pilots are super jazzed about the new technology and all things that are electric. Cleaner, quieter again means that our airports and those airport communities can live in harmony. From my perspective, it's not only giving a lesser impact to the environment, it's a much more efficient training platform where you won't even have to wear headsets in the cockpit. So think about how much more dialogue and receptiveness there will be in a training environment. How much more of those clearer radio communications. That's one of the biggest hurdles for newer pilots to get past. As far as enjoying flight, an hour of clean, quiet, guilt-free environmental impact with this aircraft.
The interesting thing about H55's technology, the battery pack, it's modular. So the same technology, these same battery packs can be used in different types of applications. And the way you install it in parallel and series, think of like when we were kids, we had Lego blocks. You know, we'd move them around like this and like this. It really depends on the volumetric considerations, how much space we have, and what the airplane needs to be doing. The advantage of this is we don't have to redesign the whole battery module for each application, okay? We have to customize it, but we don't have to redesign it, meaning the cost for the manufacturer, for the customer, is less, time to market is quicker. So it doesn't entail a complete redesign. So what other types of applications are we working on? Well, we have a project in Canada with Pratt & Whitney. It's a de Havilland Dash 8, 49-seat, hybrid electric, 30% savings on fuel for 49 seats. So that's really, we're moving the needle on sustainability here, and not just sustainability on the noise on the environmental side, but really on the economics. We also have a project with CAE and Piper to convert their fleet. The CAE training fleet in North America, it's up to 80 airplanes. The Pipers, they're taking an STC. They will be converting their fleet. Then they'll be offering that to Piper operators, and then Piper is obviously looking at a factory addition somewhere down the line. We have projects with operators. We have a project with Harbour Air in Canada. They operate seaplanes along up and down the coast, Pacific coast. They also have ambitions to be the first regional, fully sustainable airline. But it doesn't stop there. As battery density improves, we have other higher powered applications, larger airplanes. And then we start talking about the VTOL space, the flying taxis. This is where distributed propulsion gets very, very interesting. So there's all kinds of applications. We're looking at different type of hybrid configurations for bigger airplanes, dual motors. So all kinds of difference. So this is really the stepping stone, and this is why we started with the B-23. We started with a relatively simple airplane. The technology exists. Certification path is clear. We know that they're cousins on the combustion side. They're older airplanes. They need to be replaced. Our pilots also, we need more pilots. We're flying much more since COVID. So this was a perfect application to start, to gain experience, to get the certification data, and from there we build up, okay? On our experience, on our data, on our knowledge, and we can move into, as technology improves, we can move into higher powered applications that have either longer range or longer endurance. In terms of the B-23 AirlineGeeks, a perfect airplane for flight schools. Flies for charge time. So again, flight schools want airplanes up in the air. Standard automotive DC charging, so no extra special systems. Make it simple for adoption. In terms of flight schools not having to get special chargers, getting special authorizations from the FAA. So that's really where this particular airplane is targeted to these type of training, aero clubs, flight training centers. Even the military is looking at that for their first level.
Hi, I'm Marcus. I'm head of flight test and test pilot for H55. To look at the system of the electric airplane, we have two main batteries. One of them is in the left wing, the other one is in the right wing. So these two battery blocks are controlled by a battery monitoring system, and the power distribution is done by a big power distribution and control box. From there, we can apply power to the motor controller. The motor controller in our airplane is dual split, so we have redundancy from there on. And the motor itself is also consisting of two individual motors. And in case that one of the motor or one of the motor controller would fail, we still have enough power to climb safely. In the airplane, we have these battery modules that consist of 36 individual cells. You can maybe see them here. And they are stacked in one chain. Each of these batteries contains in the airplane 84 total batteries, so batteries, that's 43 batteries. We monitor voltage and temperature of each of these cells, and with that we can detect failure very early. And also these modules are designed in a way that even if one cell has a thermal runaway, it will not ignite the next cells or go outside of this box. If this happens, you have to shut down one part of the battery. So you could disconnect one part, like the left or the right wing, and still have the maximum power, but you lose, obviously, capacity. The range of the airplane is 60 minutes plus 10 minutes reserve, and that should be enough to do flight training, where you have a typical lesson time of less than 1 hour, and the charge time after that flight is approximately 1 hour. So if you come back, you shut down the airplane and put it on the charger, do a debriefing with your student, have a coffee and brief with the next student, do a walk around, then you should be ready for the next flight. That typically takes about an hour. One of the characteristics of electric flight is that the weight doesn't change. So you have an airplane that has a fixed center of gravity and a weight for takeoff and landing. We are a little bit heavier than the combustion airplane. We have a lighter motor, but on the other side, the batteries are much heavier than fuel. And that leads to a slightly heavier airplane than the combustion version. My experience with that airplane goes down to the first prototype. So we are right flying the second prototype. With that prototype, last year we went to Aero Friedrichshafen from Sion, our home airport. That was the first time we've flown the airplane cross-country. And what we also experience in these flights when we take customer on board, they like very much that it's a quiet airplane. They like the experience being an electric airplane, and it's easy to talk and explain things. On the other side, it's very easy to fly because you have only a couple of switches. You don't need to do mech checks and other things. So it's also very easy to fly airplane. I'm looking forward to explain that airplane to a lot of customers, and we have very many flight schools that are interested in the airplane, and I'm looking forward to fly with a lot of flight instructors and get their opinion on the airplane.
Hi everyone, my name is Celine Bonnefous. I'm the lead flight test engineer for H55 in Switzerland. I joined the company 2.5 years ago, right after I graduated out from Georgia Tech Aerospace Master degree. And since then, I'm working, yes, as the lead flight test engineer on the B-23 Energic aircraft. So as a lead flight test engineer for H55, my role is to prepare all the test flights, but also the demo flights and all the activities, all the testing we do with our 2 prototype aircraft in Switzerland and also abroad here in the US. So from the first flight to the full envelope opening, performance phases, and then bringing passengers in the aircraft. I'm preparing all the routes, preparing all the tests, and then gathering all the data out of it, and then processing the data and doing some analysis and giving results for the engineers to improve our development. I'm lucky because in addition to my flight test engineer license, I'm also a private pilot. So it has a lot of advantages in my role, because I got a chance to understand everything that's going on in the cockpit, and also I'm flying also those aircraft for all the tests. Besides the test pilots, I'm guiding them through the test, but I'm also flying a little bit with them, and so I have the most flying hours actually on this prototype because I'm always up there with them. As a lead flight test engineer, I definitely have more time in an electric aircraft than on a combustion engine aircraft, because I did my lead flight test engineer course when I was already at H55, because H55 sponsored me for the training. So I went into that school. I did a lot of flying hours on different types of aircraft, many different aircraft. But then as soon as I graduated from the flight test school, I came back to H55 and started the real test campaigns with full envelope opening, performance phase, and then bringing passengers in the aircraft after that. I knew when I was doing my master's degree in aerospace that I wanted to be involved into electric aviation because my first engineering diploma is in electrical engineering. And then as a private pilot flying small aircraft, I wanted to mix the two and be electrical engineering on small aircraft. And I got the opportunity to join H55. And then they opened this flight test engineer position. So internally, I applied and I met Marcus, our test pilot and head of flight test. And he then introduced me to what's the lead flight test engineer role, and then they proposed to go through this flight test school, and I was lucky to go there, graduate from the flight test school. It was quite tough because I was 20 years younger than the average and the only woman in the course, but I made it. And then back at H55, I was able to use all this new knowledge I got from the school to our prototype aircraft. To me, the most interesting part of this aircraft is how quiet it is for people around, but also for people in the cockpit. I think it makes a lot of sense for people around the airport to accept those little aircraft in their vicinity because it's so much quieter than the combustion engine that it will improve a lot the environment and noise around the airports. And then of course the fact that it's fully electric makes a lot of sense to me as it's more sustainable, and even if we try in our daily life to improve the way we're spending energy and spending fuel, it's always nice to keep a little bit of fun, and flying is definitely a lot of fun, and we don't want to stop flying. We want to continue flying, but doing it in a more eco-friendly way, I would say. I'm really looking forward to flying more of these, especially in the flight schools, because I think it's a nice use case. Basically, when you start your training, flying it myself, and I kind of realized how easy it is to learn in this small aircraft and to enjoy flying electric.
Today we fly the H55 electric airplane. The purpose of the flight is to introduce the airplane, and we will get to the airplane and explain the indications in the cockpit and then start for one traffic pattern. Okay, getting the B-23 Energic airplane ready for flight requires very little checks. We have one check where we check out our override system, so that system bypasses the throttle, and it has two power settings. One of them is for a cruise power setting, the other one is for max continuous power setting for a climb. And after we have checked that out, we are ready to fly. If you fly the B-23 Energic airplane, the power setting is done by kilowatt. So we have a direct kilowatt indication, and that is controlled by the throttle. There's only one control lever to set the power required, and we look at the kilowatt. Takeoff kilowatt setting in our airplane right now is 95 kilowatt, and for cruise we typically use 45, depending on the speed we want to fly. The first reaction that people have that have never flown electric airplane is that the prop nearly stops when we taxi and we want to come to a stop, and then it's very quiet in the airplane during taxi and also during takeoff and flights. With that, there comes some interesting things that people had to get accustomed to change power, and the power setting is really done by the numbers, so you have to look at your instruments to adjust power setting. The other effect of an electric airplane is that it's very quiet in flight, so you don't need noise-canceling headsets. It's very pleasant to talk to each other, and it's a good training airplane in a training environment.
I had the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be the first flight instructor on this U.S. tour to fly the Bristol B-23 Energic aircraft. Taxiing out towards the runway at Vero Beach Airport, ATC kept asking for clarification on what exactly we were flying.
In Hotel Bravo Sierra X-ray, Vero Beach ground, can I get that aircraft type?
It's a Bristol 23 electric.
And Bristol 23, can I get that, what is it, like it is like an NG5 or something?
It's a Bristol 23 Light Sport that's electrically driven. You've never heard of it because it is a test prototype. Sierra X-ray Delta.
The first obvious thing to get acclimated to was all of the gauges monitoring the battery system. As Marcus briefed, we were looking for 90 kilowatts on takeoff and about 45 kilowatts on cruise. This was the first time I ever had to think about a kilowatt in flight. At idle, the prop didn't spin as fast as I'm used to in a combustion engine airplane. This electric aircraft was oddly quiet, so making radio calls and asking questions during the demo was simple and pleasant.
Beach Tower, Bristol, Hotel Bravo, Sierra X-Ray Delta, number 1 at 12 right, ready for takeoff.
Hotel Bravo, Sierra X-Ray Delta, Vero Beach Tower, make right traffic, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
Right traffic, clear for takeoff. Hotel Bravo, Sierra X-Ray Delta.
I quickly got used to the throttle on taxi and takeoff. Similar to a turbine, I had to add a touch of power and wait a second or two for the energy to spool up. Check out the climb power at 95 kilowatts. What a smooth, quiet, and fun ride. The B-23 Energic was easy to learn for a new flight instructor and really simplified the energy management so I could pay more attention to the busy airport environment.
Hotel Bravo, Sierra X-Ray Delta, Vero Beach Tower, runway 12 right, clear, touch go, make right traffic.
I'd like to make this a full stop, Hotel Bravo, Sierra X-Ray Delta.
Hotel Bravo, Sierra X-Ray Delta, sorry about that, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, 12 right, Sierra X-Ray Delta.
Feeling my way through the descent, adding some flaps, I eased back on the power a little too much, so to fix my altitude, I added a touch of throttle and waited another second or two. With a little more power, the aircraft was easy to land. No mixture, no carb heat, no noisy distractions. What an enjoyable way to be introduced to the future of flight with H-55 electric power. Thank you for having me on this first U.S. test flight.
I have to write down some numbers before I switch down everything.
That was a super good flight. I loved it. It's a very busy airport, busy pattern, but yeah, we made it.
What are we doing in the United States? I mentioned before Across America. What's Across America? Well, Across America takes us from Florida, where we started at Sun and Fun a couple weeks ago. The next 2 weeks, we're flying all the way up to the coast. We'll be in Daytona, being welcomed by Embry-Riddle, which is a fantastic recognition for us, foreign company being invited by such a prestigious university. And we'll be finishing in, we'll be going to Daytona, and we'll be finishing in that neighborhood. Then we'll be going to Alabama, where we'll be welcomed on a U.S. military Air Force base, to Phoenix, to Nevada, Las Vegas, to Palo Alto in California, to Wisconsin at Oshkosh, and then finishing off in East Hampton. So super pleasure. The last time I did this was in 2013, actually in 2016, when we did Across America. We came from Hawaii, we landed in San Francisco, and we crossed the United States up to New York and then flew over to Spain on the last set of legs. Why the United States? We've always had a fantastic welcoming and reception here. This is aviation innovation at its best. This is where general aviation is making its footprint, and a lot of interest from Americans, flight schools, from aero clubs, from the military, coming to Europe, trying out our airplane, and we said, no, the best way to do this is bring our airplane here. We've been here for about a month, and as I said before, the reception has just been fantastic, and we're standing in Vero Beach, and I'd like to thank our friends at Vero Beach for such a great reception, a great welcoming, and really enthusiasm and encouragement behind our project. The objectives is to really introduce, H55 is not so well known in the United States. We have American investors, but in terms of the aviation community, we're starting to get known. We're known from our legacy from Solar Impulse. The idea is to get known in the United States, to show our products. Obviously, we're interested in these airplanes being sold, but we're also thinking about where we'd like to establish ourselves in the United States. So this is a good chance to meet the different state representatives and see what they have to offer. I have to say, Florida is on top of our list in terms of creating welcoming foreign companies such as ourselves and setting up. So that's another one of our objectives.
So please follow along on h55.ch. That is also our Instagram handle where you'll find the route. We have a site dedicated. It's across-usa.h55.ch. There you will find all the events that we're doing, opportunities to see this amazing technology in flight in the Bristol that I'm standing in front of. Come out to the airport, support. You can see it fly in, you can see us depart, you can meet the flight engineers. Also some of the founders from Solar Impulse are here with us along this tour. For those of you that are interested in being a pioneer in accepting this technology with us, we actually have a founders round. We're calling it our Founders Pioneers. We have special rates and interesting package pricing for the first 20 that come along this journey and prove the market space with us, that there is interest in electric-powered flight. So come join the journey. This is a super exciting, innovative trip around the US all summer long. Again, kicking off here in Vero, but we will be wrapping up in August in East Hampton, New York. So please follow along at h55.ch.
And welcome back to the Best of What's New. My name is Jack Dalio, covering all the latest developments in aviation for Flying Magazine. And joining us this hour for a fireside chat is JP Stewart, the Senior Vice President of Product Development for Electra Aero. And we've got an exciting topic today. That would be Electra's flagship 9-passenger ultra-short design, the EL9. JP, thank you for being here.
Jack, good to see you again. Thanks for taking the time.
Of course. And before we get into the nitty-gritty of the EL9, which Electra has described as really a category-defining aircraft, why don't you tell us a little bit about your background, JP?
Sure. I have the fortune of falling in love with aviation as a young kid. So started as a 4-year-old with standard model airplanes, model rockets, eventually got into flying sailplanes, and have had the great fortune as well to fly in 4 world championships on the U.S. team in gliders, and also along the way started flying powered airplanes, commercial multi-engine CFI, also fly aerobatics, have an extra 300, and some really integrated in aviation, love airplanes overall. Professionally, started in the UAS world with uncrewed aircraft, started working actually at Aurora Flight Sciences, where we really took that to a professional level. We built some really incredible aircraft, had the neat opportunity to lead propulsion and system tests at the time on an electric solar powered airplane, which had some really interesting use cases. And then actually clean sheet development of a vertical takeoff and landing aircraft with Porsche. So I spent the better part of 3 years working with Porsche on a clean sheet design, build, fly program. After the time at Aurora, I had the opportunity to really take a step back and think differently about how we move. And so all of the experience in electrification, in vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, and this future mobility concepts really came together very nicely as we set off to create Electra.
So like many folks in this industry, you have had a long time interest in aviation. Now you have this privilege of being part of a company that is developing one of the more cutting edge concepts in aviation at Electra. The EL9 design was unveiled late last year. I gave a little preview of the aircraft at the top of the discussion, but let's really dig into the concept now. So what are the key specifications, the features and capabilities, and then ultimately, what is this thing designed for? What are the use cases?
Yeah, those are good questions. I mean, fundamentally, the EL9 is this one-of-a-kind, ultra-short takeoff and landing airplane. And, yeah, you can fly in and out of traditional airports, but the real game changer is the ability to take this 9-passenger class airplane, something that's really designed for high utilization commercial operators, and have it take off and land in a 150-foot ground roll. I can do that in a Super Cub or a Helio Courier, but you can't do that with 9 people on board consistently day in and day out with those aircraft. And so the basic premise is to build an airplane. I said airplane, not a rotorcraft, not a tilt wing, anything like that. Just a simple airplane that can take 9 passengers, their bags, or 3,000 pounds of cargo, and go up to 1,100 nautical miles. Typical mission ranges are likely to be closer to 50 to 500 miles. But the fact that you can do those longer flights and even longer with ferry tanks is really a testament to some of the technical decisions that we made. And, traditional airplane cruise speeds, 175 knot max cruise, it is unpressurized. So it's really intended for, again, those shorter 50 to 500 mile flights. But you'll find that a lot of the real world operations of these airplanes, Caravans, Beavers, Otters, are frankly even less than that. 75% of the flights in Cessna Caravans are under 150 nautical miles. And so we're really able to push the bounds to go further, but also fulfill an existing niche in the market.
So I think there are a lot of really interesting features that are part of this aircraft, but I want to focus in on that ultra short takeoff and landing capability. That's billed as one of the really, really key enabling features of the EL9, that ability to take off and land, like you said, with 150 feet of ground roll, and not necessarily from the runway. You had a flight last year, a test flight, where you took off from, about a soccer field sized grassy area. Can you break down for us how that ultra short capability works? What are the technologies that enable it and the design choices that you've made to enable it?
I'm glad you're bringing up the demo flights that we did last year. We have a 2-seat prototype, which is out there showing at full scale with a real pilot on board that the technologies at their core work. And all of it really comes back to enabling that ultra short takeoff and landing. I'll say, I think a lot of people tend to view electrification as a solution looking for a problem or greenwashing. And I'll just say, having been there from the beginning, that we actually started from a very different lens. I mean, our goal really early on, and it's a very pragmatic group, Oliver Macefield, the chief engineer of the PC-12, PC-24, John Langford, the founder and CEO of Aurora Flight Sciences, some preeminent professors, Mark Drayla, John Hansman at MIT in flight physics and aircraft operations. That triangle, we really got together and said, how do you actually change the way that people move? This 50 to 500 mile number that I use, that's a gap, right? Under 50 miles, you're probably going to drive. Over 500 miles, it makes a lot of sense to take commercial airplanes in a regional jet size. And if you're in the 50 to 500 mile range, if you're a pilot and you have access to an airplane, no problem, right? It works. You can do a lot of the airport to airport missions. But if you really take a step back and you look at the order of magnitude, actually 100 times more trips that happen, 50 to 500 miles in cars, the real answer is most people just drive. And so if we have the ability to, on day one, start by replacing some of the existing operations, airport to airport, but over time, get into these really small spaces, close to where you are, close to where you want to go, that'll change how people move. And if you can do it without being a pilot, if you can do it by buying a ticket, maybe it's more like a bus, there's 3 or 4 flights leaving over the next hour or two. If you miss one, it's not that big of a deal. You're never going to miss a flight today, because if you do, that might be the only 1 or 2 for the whole day. So it's really just thinking about how to enable direct aviation. That's a little bit of an aside from then how do we end up at an ultra short takeoff and landing airplane? That comes down to the need to get in close. And we talk about this idea of direct aviation, going directly from where you are to where you want to go. How do you do that? You got to be able to get in close to the city. There's some really neat images that we can put up that show how big Washington Dulles, the airport, is relative to Washington, D.C. I mean, the airport is bigger than the city. And I think that's fairly counterintuitive. You don't really get a sense of scale when you're at these airports, but pretty much any of the big class Bravos and even a large number of the class Deltas, the airport is bigger than the primary city that it serves. And so you have to start to do something different. Those airports are already at capacity with big airplanes that are flying 3, 5, 7,000 miles. That's not really what we're here for, right? We're regional transportation to be able to go direct point to point. So that brings us back to what is the technology that enables that, right? Starting from the end in mind, with the end in mind, what is the product? What's the solution the problem that we're trying to solve? Then working back to the solution. And when you actually look at some old aircraft, the Breguet 941, the YC-14 and 15, the QSRA, there actually was a lot of work in the 50s through 70s to try to pioneer these blown lift aerodynamics, really short takeoff and landing airplanes at large scale. The Breguet 941 was over 50,000 pound airplane. I mean, it was 50-seat class, intended to have a 400 or 500 foot ground roll. It was probably too big, and it was really ahead of its time. But the real challenge fundamentally is propulsion. That airplane had to have 4 turboshaft engines on the wing to enable even kind of mediocre blown lift aerodynamics. And it was not very failure tolerant. If you lost one of those turbines, you had a substantial performance degradation. They had to be cross-shafted to each other, so the mechanical complexity was really significant. If you look at the NASA QSRA, that airplane had integral ducted blowing. So inside the wing, there were channels that were actually blowing the wing internally. Those things are really complex at the end of the day. And so when you say, how can you solve this more simply? Honestly, electric motors make a lot of sense. I mean, we chose electrification for this airplane because it actually solves the problem in a very clean way. And that's ultimately because you can get a really high power, small package in an electric motor. You can put it wherever you want on the airplane, and you can distribute power from the energy source, in this case, fuel and a turbine running a generator, to where that power needs to be. In this case, 8 electric motors along the wing. And so by blowing the wing, we get much more lift. Think a normal airplane on takeoff and landing is like 2 to 3 for a max lift coefficient. Our product airplane, I mean, we're talking the wind tunnel test that we just did, we're talking almost 20. And so even if you back that performance off quite a bit, if you can get 3 or 5 times the lift out of the same sized wing, that really changes the game. That lets you fly very slowly under control during takeoff and landing, 30, 35 knots. And because you're flying very slowly under control, that lets you have a very short ground roll. And that's really it. This is not like being shot off of an aircraft carrier with a steam catapult and a tail hook. We're talking about going from 0 to 35 miles an hour. I mean, that's not something that most people are really worried about. You do it every day in your car going to a traffic light or a stop sign. And to think about doing that in a couple hundred feet is pretty inconsequential. It's really not a scary experience. And so that's really how the technologies work together, right? The blown lift aerodynamics enable slow flight under control. The slow flight with car-like accelerations gets you really short ground rolls. And then the hybridization allows us to power those electric motors with a long-range fuel source, with basically Jet A, sustainable aviation fuels, and frankly, whatever else comes next. We don't really care where the energy comes from. We just know that with 2025 and even into the early 2030s and beyond, battery energy density is just not going to be good enough and won't be for a few decades.
Right. So you've got, a lot of very smart people working on this who understand the history and the challenges with blown lift. You've made these design changes to accommodate it. Like you said, you are getting all of this extra lift from the wing, which allows you to reduce the speed of takeoff, which therefore shortens the runway requirement. And you've proven that this technology works already in test flights. And I think now that you're starting to really look at the applications for it. Recently in August, you had Mark Allen come over from Boeing to become the CEO of Electra. And around the time he joined, you started using this phrase, direct aviation. I think you actually used it a couple of minutes ago to describe kind of the operations that this thing will handle. What can you tell me about direct aviation? How would you define it? Because it sounds like a pretty intuitive term. And how is it different from some of the conventional operations that pilots and passengers are really familiar with?
Yeah, we sat down, and I was just say I've had the fortune of knowing Mark for the better part of 10 years, also at Aurora Flight Sciences and Boeing after Aurora was acquired. Really got to know Mark there and was very ecstatic that we were really able to get him to come join Electra. But, we took a step back and sat down and said, what are we really describing? At the time I described 5 years ago when we were thinking about the future market, we had this idea, these characteristics, but we didn't have a word for it. And so we really sat down and when Mark joined and put some vernacular to the concept that we had been describing. And I really, it's just super simple. I mean, it's going from directly where you are to where you want to go and doing so at a regional level. How does it really differ though? I think typically you see people talk about business aviation, general aviation, commercial aviation in the kind of traditional airplane world. And then on the future mobility side, you tend to hear advanced air mobility with urban air mobility and regional air mobility under that. And I think that's why we called it direct aviation, because none of those words, they don't really capture the spirit of what we're doing. They're kind of loaded in their own right. And so when you actually say, the capability that this airplane brings really requires you to think differently about an airplane. It's not general aviation. Yes, an individual could buy and operate the airplane as their own pilot. So sure, you could do that. It's not traditional business aviation in the sense that most companies probably aren't going to own a bunch of these. They're not going to have a fleet of them that are sitting in a hangar 90% of the time. These are meant to be run by commercial operators, principally Part 135 operators, at scale. And while that's also technically under the commercial aviation category, the idea of getting into new infrastructure in new spaces or repurposed infrastructure, parking lots. I'm sure you can all imagine a mall that's abandoned now and has a big parking lot right next to a populated area. But to be able to get into those new spaces isn't really in the spirit of what most people would consider commercial aviation or Part 135 ops. And frankly, in the future mobility space, regional air mobility, regional air mobility evokes more of the idea of like the Eclipse jet, right? Where you have an airplane at scale that would fly airport to airport. And then certainly on the urban air mobility side, you're mostly thinking kind of eVTOLs and frankly helicopters as the conventional incumbent there. And so it just really doesn't fit into any of those categories on its own.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think we're really starting to see a shift towards, folks wanting this idea of direct aviation. We're already kind of seeing it a little bit with drone package delivery, for example. You've got companies like Zipline and Wing, that's the subsidiary of Alphabet, that are setting up these hubs in urban areas and enabling packages to be delivered. Now you're doing that, but for passenger transport. And I want to talk a little bit about the market for direct aviation, because in March, Electra reported about 2,200 EL9 pre-orders. And these aren't just, U.S. fixed-wing operators like you might think. You've got really a diverse range of customers around the world, and even some customers who are traditionally flying rotorcraft. What can you tell us about some of those customers and some of the use cases that they have in mind for the EL9?
I love the question because there's no limits to the creativity of operators to find new use cases. To your point, 2,200 aircraft, there's 55 or so different operators right now. It's just incredible. About half of those are domestic in the US, half of those are outside of the US. All of those are commercial. I'm sure we'll talk more on the defense side later, but the fact that there are 55 different operators that have put their hand up and said, this is a really game-changing capability. This is something that we're looking for in the future, I think says a lot to build the foundation that we're really looking at something that is game changing, right? That will have a big impact. The different use cases are really interesting. I mean, I'll just say simply, a couple of them just want a better mousetrap, right? They just want an airplane that flies airport to airport. They are interested in being able to drive higher reliability, higher safety operations in a wider variety of weather conditions. But it's pretty simple, and they need to do so at a competitive price, but they're not really looking to unlock full direct aviation. There are those on the other end of the spectrum that are all in. They're developing new algorithms to match demand to aircraft availability, and they're trying to have effectively the Uber of the air, maybe even more scheduled per se than Uber, but somewhere between an Uber and a bus. And that's a really cool use case by itself. Some of the cargo operators, I mean, really high value cargo moving through Africa, as an example. There's some great use cases there. And then ultimately, where we think a lot of the real value comes from in the long run is moving people city to city. And so when you look at the number of city pairs, meaningful cities with a couple 100,000 plus people, in the US, you could think of this as like Class Charlie sized airports, point to point. That by itself is really incredible. There's a huge network of untapped potential. And so we actually have had some really neat studies. We did a study with Georgia Tech where they actually looked at the Department of Transportation's National Household Travel Survey data. And so they just looked, where are people and where are they trying to go? And they had a really neat way of actually analyzing how they got there, right? So for cars, it was pretty easy. You drove point to point. But for airplanes, you can't. And so a lot of cases, people were backtracking. They're waiting a long time for a connection. Buffalo to New York is a good example of a city that's just poorly connected. The capital of New York City to the biggest city in New York. There aren't a lot of good options for that flight day to day. And so those are the kinds of really interesting future mobility routes that will start to open up. We talk about DC to New York. When we say DC, I mean, yeah, you could go from Dulles to LaGuardia, but alternatively, you could go from a parking garage in Tyson's Corner, which is much closer to where a lot of people actually live, or some other location, to the downtown Manhattan helipad or the new infrastructure that gets set up. So you walk right out of the airplane into the city instead of being an hour and a half away.
Yeah, I think DC to New York is a great example. I live in New York City, for example, and my options to get to DC, it's take an Amtrak, which takes about 3-4 hours, or drive to LaGuardia and fly, and then drive from DC airport to wherever I want to go. And you're really kind of filling in that sort of nebulous area in between, like you said, 50 to 500 miles.
I'm glad that you can really resonate with that personal experience, because we live it a lot too, and you can just look at a map, just pull up a sectional of the map and draw your range rings there and see what cities do you want to go to that are otherwise really difficult to connect. The interesting thing that we're seeing on the direct aviation side is I think it's a very nonlinear kind of improvement where you talk about it being about a 4-hour trip, right? The reality of the real world being it usually starts at 4 hours, and then with delays and other irregularities, sometimes commercial aviation, trains, whatever, can be substantially longer than that. But frankly, it's a distance difference between a comfortable day trip and an overnight trip. And when we can share one of the videos we put out at the product reveal, right, was this sort of tale of three travelers where, one person gets up at 5 a.m. to leave DC. They rush out, they spend the night, and then come back the next day. Somebody, be it driving, be it flying commercial, all of those more or less results in the same situation. Alternatively, you could put your kids on the bus, make it in time for your meeting, have a whole day of meetings, leave at 5 o'clock, and make it home for dinner with your family too. I mean, it's very nonlinear. The difference between that night at home and that night away, especially to people who travel a lot or travel those routes a lot, is just fundamental and really game changing.
And I think key to all of this is that you've chosen a fixed wing design, which I think kind of shields you from some of the deficiencies that come with, electric vertical takeoff and landing air taxis, for example. We cover those a lot at Flying, and those are kind of really replacing operations that helicopters would perform. You've managed to gather interest from those helicopter operators while also being able to apply this for more regional trips, BC to New York, like you said, and other applications like that. And you've also gotten interest from the U.S. military. You mentioned defense earlier. I want to talk about that now. On the military side, what makes the design of the EL9 attractive to an operator like the Air Force, for example?
It's a really good question for maybe just to take a step back. And we're talking Air Force right now, but I'll just say we've worked with Air Force, Army, and Navy, have had contracts with all three, and they all have different flavors, some of which I can't get into all the details, but I'll just say, it's a very affordable platform that can do a lot. And so if you're trying to get into really small spaces, if you're trying to build a logistics backbone that allows the US to be competitive, to win in some really difficult contested environments, you need a low-cost platform that can really carry a lot of weight. And so we have an interesting so we actually had a gentleman named Don Yates join the team at the end of last year, and Don has a really unique background, having been an infantryman in the Army, an F-15 pilot, and at the end of his Air Force career was a colonel leading the largest squadron of F-15s in the U.S. And he's lived this distributed logistics problem. I mean, they were pioneering some of the agile combat employment, like concepts that people talk about a lot now. It's really tough. If you have a part, if you need a part, if you have a resupply issue, you're beholden to the handful of C-17s and C-130s. And it's really silly. I mean, one example, there was an F-35 that had needed a new helmet. I mean, the entire airplane was grounded until a helmet could be replaced. Not a huge deal normally, but if you don't have the control of those assets, if you don't have a way to call an airplane quickly and get that done, you're stuck. You have no other way to keep the fleet flying. And so there's some really interesting opportunities around, what you tend to think of as like C-17s being 18-wheelers, maybe C-130s as kind of the city delivery trucks, the bigger trucks. We're like the Amazon Sprinter van, the airplane that goes out and does a lot of the real distributed logistics that takes it from the airport out into the field or into these different agile bases.
So contracts with the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the demand is clearly there on the defense side. And I think those contracts are so important because so often you see the military be kind of the first to really field some of these emerging aircraft designs. You're seeing it now, actually, even with other companies like Joby Aviation, Archer Aviation, Beta Technologies, who are also developing electric aircraft, very novel technology, and some of their first test flights have been with the military. So obviously a critical partnership. And another one that Electra has is with NASA. I want to dig into that one as well because Electra last year was picked by NASA for the Advanced Aircraft Concepts for Environmental Sustainability, AACES 2050 program. How would you describe that partnership and what exactly are NASA and Electra looking to get out of it?
Yeah, it's a great program. And we had the fortune at the end of last year, we took Administrator Bill Nelson flying in the EL2, the prototype two-seater that we have now. He put a challenge out to industry to see who could take him really flying in one of these aircraft, and we really answered the call on that. He's not a pilot, but he had a very long career as a senator, and in particular, was an astronaut at one point as well. And to have somebody like Bill Nelson come in, have the opportunity to fly the airplane, fly it himself, frankly, and also experience what it would be like for a passenger, I think was really, really powerful. His comments were in the videos actually were how smooth and quiet it was. And that's some of the elements that make it the EL9, or will make the EL9 a great airplane. Separately, NASA has long been working on what is the next generation airliner of the 2040s, 2050s look like. And so the ACES program is really about that future airliner. It's worth even just stating, sustainability is a big part of that particular program. But what we see a lot is a big part of being sustainable is not just the environmental sustainability, it's the financial sustainability. And you see very slow but methodical progress in the big airplane world. There's good reasons for that. This is a really neat opportunity to take some of the technologies that we're developing on the Part 23 sized airplanes and look at scaling them up to a Part 25 airplane to see where it helps with costs, to see where it helps with emissions and noise, and frankly, the big ticket items that are going to limit the scale that commercial aviation will be in the future. I mean, the market is growing for large commercial airplanes at rates that have not been seen in a long time. And that's going to be very difficult if we can't find ways to be more efficient with the resources we have and to be a better neighbor in the community. So specifically, what we're doing on that program is actually developing a concept for a future airliner. So this, again, is a 2040s, 2050s entry into service airplane. It's nominally intended to be 100 to 150 seat class. Again, pretty large aircraft. And we're there to really push the boundaries of what's possible with technology to show what could be done. There is certainly a very long-term interest in seeding some of those technologies and being able to develop aircraft at that scale. But we also have to be humble and pragmatic and say, that's well beyond, building an aircraft at that scale is not the starting point for Electra, right? We have to climb the rungs of the ladder. We built the prototype 2-seater. We are working on the 9-seater. We have to get that into service. We have to certify it. We have to make it an awesome airplane. Then we can start to scale up from there. And, while there's a lot of potential and a lot of opportunity, jumping straight to that Part 25 airplane is probably not the highest probability of success. And so this lets us work with NASA, work with the industry to climb the rungs of those ladders and show what the technologies can do.
I think something really critical that you mentioned, and I'm glad you brought this up, is the financial side of this. Because clearly this is, a very malleable aircraft with a pretty diverse range of applications. But when I interviewed Mark Allen back in March, he told me that all of those capabilities come with a lower cost and a higher level of safety than your conventional fixed wing aircraft or rotorcraft. On the cost side, just doing a little quick math, Electra reported pre-orders of about 2,200 aircraft, valued that at about $10 billion. The cost per aircraft there would come out to about $4.5 million, assuming that's what's going into the valuation. Would you say that that's close to the intended list price for the EL9, or are there other factors kind of driving those cost savings?
Yeah, so, a couple things to layer in. What do the operators actually track at the end of the day? CASM, cost per available seat mile. So, wrapped cost of the operation divided by the number of seats that could have flown. That's the metric of how cost efficient an airplane is. A part of that is certainly the purchase price. There's a lot more that goes into it ultimately. I mean, maintenance, fuel burn, the operating efficiency, the load factors that you see in an airplane. These are things that actually drive the net savings for the operator. But when we just talk about the actual sticker price of the airplane, I'd say there's a lot of nuance to these, right? I mean, what options get selected, what support and service packages an operator chooses, the bulk discounts for the larger buys, those are all major drivers. And so fundamentally, what I think we really focus on is designing an airplane, building the system, the company around minimizing CASM. And that allows our operators to ultimately have this, Part 25 technologies that are from Part 25 airplanes, fly-by-wire, this hybrid electric multi-engine safety, the access to incredibly small spaces, and do so at somewhere around half to a third of the CASM of a VTOL aircraft, and still be competitive with traditional single engine fixed wing. And if you can bring those things together, if you can have access to helicopters, competitive pricing with fixed wing single engine airplanes, and then multi-engine Part 25 levels of safety all in one, that's game changing for all of those operations. It's pretty incredible to be able to do that, period, let alone to be able to do it competitively on price, to the passenger, buying a ticket, as well as to the airline buying the airplane.
Right. So when you talk about cost savings, it's not just upfront cost. It's, operational savings. It's savings for passengers. And the other component there is the level of safety. Can you maybe run down some of the safety features that are built into the EL9? Because you're certifying this thing, correct me if I'm wrong, as a normal category aircraft with the FAA. How will the EL9 match or even potentially exceed the safety level of some of the other models that are operating in that category?
Yeah, when we started to really develop the requirements for the airplane, I like to just start by reminding everybody that the certification bar is the minimum threshold, right? I mean, you have to cross it, but it doesn't necessarily make for an excellent airplane in the long run or a very high reliability, high safety airplane. And so we as the company have to raise that bar above the certification threshold. What we actually did was go look at the statistics. I mean, we started with what are the Part 135, the accidents in Part 135 operations and Part 91, but 135 is mostly driving this kind of use case. And there's 4 really big ones: loss of control in flight, controlled flight into terrain, a power plant failure, an unintended flight into IMC, which typically results in some kind of spatial disorientation. That's 70% of the Part 135 accidents. I didn't, not Part 91 GA pilots, Part 135 professional crews in serious, commercial operations. I mean, 70% of the accidents being attributed to those 4 things. We can do so much with 2025 plus technology to address those causes. And if you just start with loss of control in flight, fly by wire. The decision to make the airplane fly by wire from the beginning was not one that we took lightly, but one which we think will make very nice flying qualities all the way from the 30 knots on final to 175 knots, even up to B&E, but also allow you to build in all the envelope protections to allow one to effectively eliminate the loss of control in flight accidents. Controlled flight into terrain, a lot of this comes down to the avionics. We're not ready to share some of the work that we're doing on the avionics today, but towards the end of the year, I think you'll see some really neat announcements and a lot of thoughtfulness that we've put into the design of the flight deck, the human factors that go along with a modern airplane, and in particular the systems management too. So power plant failure being one of the chief systems failures that you see as a cause of accident today. Well, there's 5 different energy sources. You've got the turbine, you've got 4 batteries, 8 electric motors on 4 independent buses. You can lose the turbine, you can lose batteries, you can lose a couple motors. That's really powerful. And it still gives you the ability to really control where you're going to land safely. And as a multi-engine pilot, and many people are familiar with the drill, mixture, prop, throttle, gear up, flaps up, identify, verify, feather. You don't have to do that. A motor failure, a turbine failure is a CAS message that says something like motor 1 fail, but you don't do anything different. The airplane has taken care of itself. It's controllable. It has performance, which still is guaranteed. So the takeoff and landing distances are guaranteed with the motor failures considered, with the turbine failures considered. It basically turns an emergency into an urgency, right? You don't want to sit around and fly like that for the rest of the day, but you can land safely and have all the time in the world to wind your watch, to troubleshoot, to think through it. And that even goes one step further when you see some of the thoughtfulness that we're putting into the systems management. There is no reason in 2025 that one has to do so much manual systems management. We have a lot of opportunity to allow that to be taken care of by the airplane in the background to handle the reconfigurations and failures and make it very transparent to the pilot. Pilot needs to understand it, no question. but they don't necessarily have to do all of the work themselves, and especially in these really high workload environments. And, last part, unintended flight and IMC, I mean, the spatial disorientation that comes with that, again, addressed by fly-by-wire. And then also, if you really get disoriented, having an emergency auto land, the push button, both in the event of pilot incapacitation or disorientation, to get the airplane back on the ground safely is a really powerful feature, even in these Part 135 operations.
And I think that's really important because if you're, a pilot, just familiarizing yourself with a novel design like the EL9, I think the last thing you want to be thinking about is, what am I going to do if something goes wrong? Obviously, it's something that's going to cross your mind no matter what. But to be able to, be assured that there's redundancy in place, that there are systems designed to combat the four key types of accidents that you mentioned, I think would be reassuring. Switching gears a little bit here to kind of close out the discussion. Electra announced a funding raise on Monday, April 21st. That's the day that we are recording this. $115 million Series B round led by Prison Capital that is going to support pre-production and certification. I want to ask you, what are Electra's testing goals for 2025? What would you like to have completed by the end of the year?
Yeah, just say it's a great vote of confidence. In a time where the markets are very challenging, to raise that kind of money now and really launch the L9 development after the product reveal we did at the end of last year is just phenomenal. And the team at Prism is a group of phenomenal partners and advisors too. Specifically to the goals for 25 on the testing side, I'll say that there are some really, really neat demos that we're pulling together with the EL2. I don't want to give away too much yet, but just say really stay tuned this year. We're going to be doing some incredible things with the airplane, putting it in places where you don't normally think of airplanes going, both for some of the commercial demos as well as the government. And as a part of that, we're actually really working even steeper on the backside. We did an upgrade program with the EL2 over the winter. So we've actually now got 70 degrees of flaps, big double slotted Fowler flaps with 70 degrees of deflection. We can fly even steeper approaches. We can fly even slower. And so we're going to find the real edges of the EL2 envelope. We actually have done a very successful tunnel test program for the EL9 already. There's some other work that we're going to do on the wind tunnel side to help build out the air database for the EL9. But, honestly, a lot of it at this point is we got to turn the crank and do the work to start doing the detailed design of the airplane. And so that is the big focus and delivery for 25 and to an extent even into 26 is getting that hard, real core engineering work done to design the airplane at the end of the day at the low detail, at the high detail.
So big plans for that EL2. Just for our listeners, the EL2, nicknamed the Goldfinch, that is the two-seat demonstrator kind of prototype of the larger EL9. And beyond the testing, what would you say the road to certification looks like? And at this point, how confident would Electra say it is in delivering the EL9 to customers in 2029?
It's fun to ask the question because when you were talking about the idea of package delivery with UAVs, with drones, I just go back to 2013. That was one of the first things that we were working on in the UAV world at the time. It was relatively new, agriculture disease detection, the idea of delivering packages. And here we are 12-ish years later, and it's almost kind of real in some places. They're real use cases. I'll just say what really makes a good product and a successful company that's ready to launch. It has to have a business model that closes. I think we've talked a bunch about the cost competitiveness of the airplane, the chasm for the operators, the value proposition for the new direct aviation market. So got the business model check. It needs a fundamental technology that works. That's not true for all concepts. And so we have a very strong technical team, both of the traditional aviation minds, Buddy Sessom's former chief product officer at Piper, chief engineer for the M series, now leading the certification test validation at Electra, Randy Griffith, the head of certification for the Honda jet, for the Eclipse jet, Mooney M10, also leading the certification programs, the certification at Electra. great minds that really know what they're doing. And I think the big difference is we have the regulation on our side. I mean, at the end of the day, the problem 12, 13 years ago is that the regulation to operate, let alone certify the unmanned aircraft at the time, didn't exist. And so it was really having to clean sheet develop the whole back end regulation and infrastructure from scratch. And I think you'll see that's a big part of why ultimately the ultra short takeoff and landing airplane, the direct aviation market, is such a good fit, that it is well established. It's just an airplane. It's a multi-engine, fixed-wing airplane, level 3, low speed, no magic there. There are some new technologies in this particular size airplane, but the turbo generator is nothing more than an APU. Every Part 25 airplane for decades has had an APU. There is a lot of precedent that exists. Safran has now certified an electric motor for general aviation aircraft. I mean, these technologies are really a lot more mature, and because we don't have to redo all of the regulation around the aircraft cert, around the pilots, around the operations, because we can be just an airplane, that goes a long ways to fundamentally simplifying the certification program and the rollout. And I think you see these challenges really emerging now in the eVTOL world, as they have to reinvent the certification regulations, they have to reinvent the operating regulations, and even things as simple as pilots. I mean, in most eVTOLs are powered lift category. It's traditionally only reserved for the handful of V-22 pilots coming out of the military with the equivalency. Now all of the pilots of those aircraft have to become powered lift certified pilots. Whole new category. That's a high bar. And so for us to be able to fundamentally simplify our approach is really powerful, and ultimately what leads to the confidence in our ability to certify.
Right. So you've got the business model, you've got the technology that has been validated already through testing. You do not need to worry about new infrastructure like vertiports or new regulations, like you mentioned, some of the eVTOL companies are contending with right now. The FAA, had a big change a couple of years ago, introducing this powered lift category, which really threw a wrench into all of those certification plans. And a lot of these eVTOL companies have pushed their timelines back. That's something that Electra doesn't have to deal with. And before we wrap up, I think I would be remiss not to ask you about the current tariff environment. You mentioned Safran, for example, which is supplying the turbo generator for the EL9. Do you foresee any impact from tariffs on, manufacturing or sales down the line?
I'll just say it's a really dynamic environment at the moment. So the what is the current state of regulation changes relatively frequently. And so I think a lot of people are still feeling out and kind of waiting for a little bit of stability there. I'll just say that, all of our partner companies, have substantial US presences. And so Safran, for example, does a substantial amount of overhaul and actually the manufacturing of some of their core turbines in the US and in Dallas area. Honeywell is providing the flight control system and the fly-by-wire, both the fly-by-wire control system as well as the actuation. Honeywell, one of the best known American aerospace tier ones out there. There's a lot of experience in working through the supply chain. I think as things get stability, start to become more stable, we'll start to see that shift more deliberately, and new supply chains and ways of building will get set up. But it's really hard to say right now. From our perspective and what we're discussing with customers, not huge impacts at this stage, but as I said, it's hard to know right now.
Definitely. So I think fair to say, not a big concern for you at the moment.
Not at the moment.
For sure. We'll have to keep an eye on how it develops. But before we wrap up, is there anything else that you think listeners need to know about the EL9?
I think we've covered a lot. I'll just say for some of the milestones, hopefully we can get you out sometime to come fly it and see what the experience is like for yourself.
I think readers would definitely appreciate that. And for listeners who want to stay in the loop on EL9 updates, what's the best place for them to go?
Electra.aero is the website. literally electra.aero. There's a newsletter on there that you can sign up for as well, and you'll get some of the news flashes directly. And of course, Flying Magazine.
Appreciate the plug, JP. It's an exciting time for aviation right now. We've got a lot of new aircraft concepts like Electra's EL9 coming out, and I think it's one of the more interesting ones. So thanks for joining us, JP, and stay tuned for more the best of what's new.
Wow, 5 hours of the best of what's new presented by Flying Magazine. For more features in aviation galore, subscribe to Flying Magazine and find us on flyingmag.com. The second iteration of our ultimate guide is dropping later this year, so be sure to subscribe for that. AvWeb on YouTube for the videos on the latest news, products, updates, real-life flight adventures. Airline Geeks on Facebook and X for updates on the state of the commercial aviation industry. Plane and Pilot for everything else you need, general aviation. Interested in financing an aircraft? Well, don't forget to check out flyingfinance.com. We also want to thank our sponsors who've made the best of what's new presented by Flying Magazine possible today. Aero Creeper, U Avionics, Pilot Communications USA, Blackhawk Aerospace, and the National Championship Air Races, which are only 138 days away in their new home of Roswell, New Mexico. You can watch the rebroadcast of the best of what's new on demand on the Flying YouTube channel. And we're going to re-air this 9 a.m. on Sunday morning, so look out for an email link for the rebroadcast. Well, what's next for Flying Magazine? You probably guessed it, we're gearing up to head to Wisconsin for EAA Air Venture, Oshkosh, where we're hosting Oshkosh Live this July 21st through 24th. Let us know if you'd like to be a part of the show. We're gonna have 4 days of similar content to the best of what's new that we had today, but even more. Hopefully some flight demos and some actual action in the sky and the air show, of course. With that, I'm going to sign off and say I'm Suzanne Clavette, producer with Fire Crown Media, also fellow pilot and flight instructor, and wishing you blue skies and tailwinds here from Chattanooga.